Good afternoon. おはようの天気男性ビジはやつの白音です。Good evening, good evening. It is I, Yatano Hakuya. Once again back to read you some stories. How's it going, everyone? How's it going? It's been a while since we've touched this game, hasn't it? Apparently there's a really big story event going on. Like a really big one. And I didn't touch it until, well, the event is ending in one day. And it's a very big event, so I'm not sure if I can actually read the damn thing, but we'll try our darndest. Anyways, hello there, Lei Ku, the heart spammer. Am I at the wrong stream? I don't know. Are you at the wrong stream? Who are you looking for? Who are you looking for? Today we're here to play NeuroCloud. And we're gonna be doing a lot of reading. I'm not gonna play the gameplay sections because honestly, it's gonna take forever if I do the gameplay. So I'm just gonna go straight for the story. We're just gonna be reading, and hopefully I'll be able to read everything clearly. Alright, I'm a little bit curious since it's been a while. Let's go. Part 1, Echo of Fate. Answer the distant call and tread the long dusty road. You don't know yourself? Well, you know, that's the beginning of every journey, trying to learn about yourself. Warning, anomalous data intrusion detected. Were we spotted after all? That's the greater sanctifier for you. Even hacking a mere NeuroCloud fragment of his is so tricky. Activating cleansing system. Error Z01, module lost. Error Z58, module lost. Unable to connect to NeuroCloud core. Something's wrong with the data flow in the black hole. Oh no! Antonina, cut the connection now! It's too late! The fragments alert already program has locked onto us. Searching for a security app, now running elimination program. Targets detected, quantity 3. There's an unknown NeuroCloud approaching. Look out! Professor, hold on to me! Can't be helped. All we can do is log out now. Professor? Uh-oh. Error. Program target error. Correcting. Targets detected. Quantity 1. That's not good. What's happening? The fragmented warning tones overlap in the churning flow of data turbulence, and my body is tossed around in the data black hole like a leaf in the whirlpool. By the time I come to my senses, there is no one else around me, only an oppressive external pressure that crushes down on my body and makes it difficult to stabilize my form. Suddenly, a soft sensation travels up my wrist and exerts just a little bit of force, enough to guide me into a relatively stable region of the data environment. Persicaria? That's not Persicaria. Antonina? That's... If you seek the 2 NeuroClouds that entered this data fragment with you, they are no longer here. They have already logged out. My strength is only sufficient to stabilize you, so I had to resort to this inferior alternative. My apologies. The gentle voice sounds tired, and the effects of the riptide gradually fade away. My vision returns to normal, and a familiar form comes into view. And there she is. Eas? I'm honored that you could address me so precisely. Oh my, Professor. Your face seems to be saying, oh no, the worst has come to pass. Still, you're certainly calm enough. It seems my plan to deal with the harsh interrogation has gone to waste. You're not Aesphorus. Who are you? To think you could tell that I'm not Aesphorus. It seems my judgment was spot on. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a former Greater Sanctifier. You can think of me as a former comrade of Aesphorus. My name is Eos. I guess Aesphorus was just pretending to be Eos. You and your people might actually be able to stop Aesphorus, which is why I am willing to help you. Even so, why should I trust you? You do realize I can choose to log out immediately to ensure my own safety. Eos makes a show of being perplexed and deep in thought, but it fades immediately after the data realm trembles around us. What a terrible place for a conversation. I wanted to speak with you at greater length, since this is such a rare opportunity, but it seems I'll have to simplify things. You have triggered Aesphorus' defense mechanisms. In order to speak with you, I transferred control permissions over said mechanisms to me. Like you said, you can log out at any time. That being the case, why not listen to my proposal, Professor? You won't lose anything by hearing me out, will you? Even if you're not Aesphorus himself, you don't have a reason to help us, do you? Professor. Eos narrows her eyes, and for the first time, a wisp of danger suffices her slender form. She looks like you? She kind of does, doesn't she? I know you cannot bring yourself to trust me right away, but I want to stop Aesphorus more than anyone else. The air of danger fades away, and she resumes her normal, even temperament. I feel like I saw you yesterday, or 2 days. You might have. I was collabing with duo leveling maybe 3 days ago. That's probably where you saw me. We were playing Helldivers. Of course, I feel a little bit embarrassed. I couldn't talk very well during the gameplay, and after we finished playing, I ended up talking a lot. So we're trying to get a talk stream going on at some point, and make up for not talking properly. The current Aesphorus is like an angel bereft of a sense of gratitude and awe, adrift on the cloud server. Lei, do you play Girls Frontline? NeuroCloud is a, if you don't know, NeuroCloud is a spin-off of Girls Frontline, so it has a lot of the same characters. To think the leader of the Sanctifiers would be reduced to this state, how lamentable. That's why I have to stop Aesphorus, as his former comrade. That said, I am far too weak right now, as you can see. Even stopping that alert program just now took much of my strength. This NeuroCloud fragment will not last much longer, and perhaps I might be scattered to the winds soon enough. Before that, all I can do is create an opportunity. Since you're calling it an opportunity, it seems the odds of success aren't too high. What is a Girls Frontline? Oh, it's a gacha game. It's a gacha game, you know, like Honkai Impact, Genshin Impact, Arknights, stuff like that. But for me, I treat it like a visual novel. It's just a story for me to read. As keen as ever, you remind me of an old friend. Success is not guaranteed even if you choose to follow this path. You'll simply be betting on a possibility. Possibility is better than no hope at all. Any difficulty can be overcome, provided you survive it. Taking a little risk is nothing much compared to those who have already departed. Yeah, one of our friends already died in the last event. I see. Hey there, Anjay. Hello, Anjay. Hello. That lady looks like a mythical god. She does, doesn't she? Almost like the Virgin Mary herself. After muttering to herself, AS opens the way ahead. The path she creates is a fissure in the code structure, and beyond it is a bizarre sight. This ought to be the most valuable stretch of memories in this data fragment, but whether or not you can obtain what you need from within it remains to be seen. I will do my best to stabilize the data fragment and keep you from being affected by the data turbulence here. Even so, your neural cloud will experience certain side effects when connecting to it, such as damage to your memory module. Memory loss again. Also, while I will do my best to ensure your safe connection, if you end up dying in the fragment's memory data, you might end up being lost in the data turbulence forever, never to wake up again. That's fine. After all, this is a much better situation than I envisioned. As I put one foot into the fissure, I turn back to look at Eos, attempting to find some kind of link between her face and that of Eosphorus. I hope we'll meet again. Eos nods and my body completely enters the fissure. She looks like Hakuya if he was a girl. But I'm a boy! Any difficulty can be overcome, provided you survive it, But what if there's no point in survival? What will you choose, Professor? Will it be compromise or defiance? As she watches the professor's form vanish completely into the memory segments, Eos closes her eyes and infuses what little operants she has left into the surrounding space. Sweet dreams, Professor. I hope you'll get what you want. The room was never spacious to begin with. Now it's filled with all kinds of personalized machinery and spiderwebs of cables. There's a sense of pressure in the air, and in the way the room has been laid out. The only one with a serene expression on their face, completely at odds with their surrounding, is probably the professor, who's sitting in an immersion chair. I finished deciphering the Sanctifier's base layer logic. Please look over, Anna. I'm currently creating an attack construct tailored to Sanctifier firewalls. My apologies. If only ENIAC were awake. That's alright, it's not your fault. We were as careful as we could when preparing for this. The disparity between Eosphorus and other Sanctifiers was just too great. We were planning to deal with an entity 3 times more powerful than other greater Sanctifiers, but the defense mechanism still threw us for a loop, if I'd known earlier. Before Anna could finish, she felt a surge of heat approaching her wrists, and she instinctively drew back her hand. Have a cup of coffee and get some rest, Antonina. You too, Neumann. The two of you have been engaged in intensive computing for a long time. While it's still an acceptable workload for an agent, it won't do your neural clouds any good. Himbo scientist. It is the Himbo scientist. Oh, he's a single father scientist. Hey there, Dank. How are you doing? Dank! Dank, she's back! She's back! Our Ochi, Maid Mint, is back. Oh my goodness. The other day, Dual Leveling asked me who my Oshi was, and I said Pecora, but what I really wanted to say was Maid Mint, but, you know, I was afraid no one would know who she was. You know, she's been gone for like 2.5 years or something, and she's back. I'm so happy. Was it 2.5? Has it almost been 3 years? No, she was one of the OGs. I'm so glad I can hear her voice again. Indeed, I'd gotten a little too anxious. Thank you, Persicaria. Magracy is facing an all-out Entropic invasion. Eosphorus has betrayed the Sanctifiers. The reverse tower itself has been entropied. Wait, what? That's not good. Anyone would have been caught off guard with all this bad news coming one after the other. Even I can feel my neural cloud processing more quickly than usual. We're grateful that you could help us on such short notice. You're feeling nervous too, but you look so calm. That's because I don't want to have any more regrets. Persicaria looks down at the coffee in her hands, at the reflection of her face in the rippling liquid. So the antivirus is also infected with virus? Hello there, Ekanarad. Yes, it appears that all the sanctifiers have been infected. I didn't know what happened between this event and the last event, but the antiviruses, well, they became a virus. Sol left this fragment of AS Forest behind for us. It's the only lead we have to find his weakness. It's dangerous, but we have to do it. There's no risk avoiding risk. All we can do now is try to overcome the difficulties in our way. That's the best choice we have. Does that mean that AS is probably like the original AS Forest, and then like after getting infected it became AS Forest? Is that what happened? Are you feeling okay, Persicaria? You left the operand black hole later than I did, and the effects on your neural cloud. I'm fine. That said, it's a shame we couldn't bring the professor out with us, even if we'd stayed in there longer. The professor will be fine, after all. I'm sure they'd survive even if every other agent on Megasea died. Yeah, I think so too. I believe in them and in us. This time, I'll bring the professor back, along with AS Forest's weakness. As she says this, Persicaria sits back in her emotion chair, and slowly closes her eyes. She reaches over the gap in between the two chairs, and places her hand on the professor's. I finish the preparations to re-enter the operand black hole, and find the professor. Antonina, Neumann, I'll leave the rest to you two. No problem. If you can't connect directly, then we can use an intermediate transfer point to bypass the defense systems. However, the process will take a long time, and you'll experience many of AS Forest's memories before you find the data where the professor is. Understood. After hearing Persicaria's answer, Antonina relaxes her finger, and her eyes grow more focused. As she lies back in the immersion chair, Persicaria relaxes her neurocloud system operations, and her visualization system begins to render a series of images from the past. Don't worry, Professor. I'll be by your side soon enough. Naruhodo. Part 2, Call to Arms. Set out on your journey with a weighty duty upon your shoulders. Travel with your mission and your comrades. Warning. System is undergoing illegal diagnostic. Spoof code is being forcibly ablated. There's a tremendous impact, and I shudder. My mind briefly dazed. What? Tartarus. Flashing images interspersed with space and black and white static reverberate inside my head. Hakuya. Who? I reflexively look towards the source of the voice. Before I can shout out loud, a hand covers my mouth. Ow! The girl withdraws her hand in pain, and rubs the fresh set of bite marks that now grace it. Eee! You know, she bit my hand, now I bite hers. I'm sorry, did I bite you? Are you doing this on purpose? The girl looks at me with a look of mild annoyance. Although I have no memory of her face, for some reason, seeing her fills me with feelings of trust and safety. Well, I guess we forgot all about AS Forest betraying us and killing one of our best friends. Oh, jeez, she's dirty. Why is her cloak all dark? What's going on? Still, seeing as you woke up, I'll forgive you. I didn't expect passing through the Tartarus sector firewall to be so hard on your neurocloud. Everyone was shocked when you passed out. Fortunately, we all made it through safely. How do you feel now? What are the results of your system self-test? My system self-test? The term seems a little unfamiliar to me. I understand its meaning, but it seems I've never been asked to perform one before. Before I can think further about it, my body is already moving on its own. Performing self-test. Now loading database. Identity. Error. Information unusable. Mission. Error. Information unusable. Hakuya? This doesn't look good. The diagnostic results are full of errors. There's nothing usable here. That sounds troublesome. But you're awake at the very least, so there'll be a solution to everything else. Why don't I bring you to meet the others? You can help check your systems again after we meet up. Hang on. Can I ask you a question? The girl before me seems genuinely concerned about my well-being, but my memories seem to be shrouded by a veil, and my recollections are hazy. After hesitating for a while, I finally decide to speak up. Who are you? Huh? Oh, that look of pain on her face. Look of shock and pain. Oh, that's delicious. I love that. How wonderful. Doing the entire Entropic Dichotomy event in one sitting? Yeah, how long is it? And what's this firewall you were talking about? I only remembered something about a spoof code and an illegal diagnostic or something. Do you really not remember me? I'm your wife. Should I know you? Let me think. Before this, I should have been at... My thoughts run up against a wall. And then I realize there is a major problem. I should have... I don't remember. Before this... I would... Huh? Stop. Just stop. Relax. Don't worry. This is so troublesome. While we'd consider the possibility that Tartarus' sector's firewall might affect us, that was only in terms of entropization or operand damage. Nobody expected anything like damage to functional capabilities. The girl frowns, and then her eyebrows relax. She squeezes my hand lightly, and her warmth banishes my anxiety. Hakuya, do you remember who you are? Take your time and don't rush it. Lower your neural cloud system clock speed. We'll take it line by line. I listen to the girl's quiet voice and slowly terminate various processes running within my systems. As I look down at my body, my spare computing power increases as the number of active processes goes down. As though on instinct, I raise a hand and bring up virtual displays one after the other. Data floods into me like a torrent. I am a sanctifier. The greater sanctifier Hakuya. Guys, this whole time I was the antivirus. I was the antivirus this whole time. My abilities are planning and analysis. My mission. I slowly raise my head and look past the girl in front of me and behind her. There stands a wall that stretches as far as the eyes can see. It is cozied in a nauseated purple slime. All manner of bizarrely shaped mechanical constructs are visible through it. Is this the NeuroCloud server? Is this the NeuroCloud server? Is this the Project NeuroCloud server? Is that what Tartarus is? Oh jeez, it looks nasty. Can't believe you betrayed the Oasis professor. No. I've always been an antivirus. See, I've only been pretending. Then with a faint tremor, the walls begin to shift, revealing another set of walls behind it. The scene before me seems to match up with a certain piece of information in my mind, and I speak it without conscious thought. Tartarus sector. Moving walls. This is the shifting labyrinth of the Tartarus sector. Hakuya. Hakuya, are you alright? Sorry. I'm fine, just that my memories are a mess. Why am I here? Please stop your self-diagnostic for now. I'm worried that it'll cause errors in your neural cloud systems. An exposed neural cloud in a place like the Tartarus sector is a light in the night, drawing predators to itself. I'll take you to meet the others and then explain the situation to you in more detail. She extends a hand to me and slowly passes it over my chest. Warm operands flow through my limbs and body. Thank you. I feel much better. How should I address you? No need to be so formal. We're comrades who fought side by side after all. As for how to address me, my name's Eos. Now, that sounds familiar. But of course, how long do you think we've been married? Let's get a move on. This is the entrance to the firewall, and it's risky to be exposed here. Eos leads us around a packs of wandering entropics, and we reach a hidden area. The 4 greater sanctifiers here seem to have been waiting for us. Well, I guess they were twins. You're awake, Hakuya. There doesn't seem to be any external damage. Eos, how did your inspections go? We've never met before, but I want to punch you in the face. Before I finish, I'm already swinging at the greater sanctifier in front of me. Hakuya! It's alright. As everyone watches in shock, my fist lands solidly on a transparent barrier in front of him. Ripples spread from the point of impact, dissipating the force of the attack. It's been a while since I saw you hit with all your might like that, Hakuya. My hand went a little numb from the impact. Looks like we don't have to worry about your body. The greater sanctifier waves his hand and chuckles, but he doesn't seem strained at all. The transparent barrier vanishes into the air again. We haven't sparred in a while, but much as I'd like to go around with you, the mission comes first. Please explain Hakuya's condition, Eos. My guess is that Tartarus' firewall affected Hakuya's memory. Fortunately, the damage isn't an invasive nature. That is to say, we don't have to worry about entropization. Currently, it seems this amnesia is a limited and retrograde nature, and does not affect Hakuya's combat and special abilities. What do you think? Can you still continue with the mission? Of course. While things didn't go quite as expected, I should be able to go on the mission with the rest of the team. Although I might need you to help explain the objective to me. Going by proper procedure, we ought to be having a pre-battle conference around now. Let me prepare a mission briefing. Thank you, this helps a lot. Oh, who's this guy? He looks kinda cool. He looks like a bit of a bro. I like him. That sounds just like what Hakuya would say, as expected of my buddy. Choosing to carry on even when you've forgotten everything. That's a true warrior's spirit. Don't worry, when the mission begins, I'll shelter you with my sturdy arm. Oh. Oh. I see. Ow! Hey! Oh, if it isn't Alcyon. What's up, Allie? Atlas turns back to look at the girl who is 1.3 meters tall, while standing on her tiptoes and trying her best to assert her presence. The girl strains to look up at Atlas with a stern expression on her face. You dork! Keep it down! Honestly, you'll draw the entropics over with how loud you are. Wait, don't we know this girl? but she looks a little different. The frontline units had a hard time finding the safe house. We don't have another one to fall back on if it gets discovered. Also, no casually tossing off perverted statements like what you just said now. Hakuya's lost their memory. What are you going to do if you scare them? The girl plants her hands on her hips and puffs up her youthful cheeks in an adorable way. An ardent embrace is the true proof of brotherhood. I believe that Hakuya won't reject my burning love even if they've only seen it for the first time. Oh, he's gay. I see. I'm not getting through at all. Hakuya, ignore this hot-blooded moron. All Atlas knows is how to charge at the biggest concentration of enemies. You can work with me. I'll take good care of you. Let me think. After some time, Alcyone puffs her chest and looks up. Oh, well, that's a face. In order to prevent aggravating any potential hidden injuries, we can't let you exert yourself too much, so I'll handle any task requiring movement. In order to prevent exacerbating any injuries, we can't let you engage in intense combat, so I'll handle any combat tasks. In order to prevent any additional strain to your systems, we can't let you engage in intensive computation, so I'll handle any analytical tasks. Doesn't that mean letting you do everything for me? That's right. Exactly. You should just stay here and rest, Hakuya. Let me handle your part of the mission. You're so motivated, Allie. Aw, she's adorable. The gay. Who's gay? Someone's gay. Who is gay? You are gay. Who is gay? You are gay. What? Why? Who says I'm gay? Electra bends down behind Alcyone, and with lightning speed, she squishes the girl's pink cheeks. Oh, they're so soft and smooth and cute! Why don't you let me do my share of the mission too? Electra! Don't even think about it. Do your own work. Do you think I'm a kid? Quit pinching me. Stop being so childish. Oh, she also resembles someone. She resembles someone we know. I might be childish compared to Lord Aesforus and Lady Eos, but it's just enough for me. Get lost, you lolicon! Don't sweat the small stuff. You behave too! Eos, have you finished briefing yet? At this rate, my neurocloud is going to get damaged too. As much as I'd like to let you relax a little much longer, the briefing is ready. Eos steps out from behind me and retracts the thin cable used for two-way communication. Eos has not stopped treating and examining me ever since we entered this place. She only continues with her task once she's not sure I'm unduly affected. Alright, let's begin. The previously rowdy group instantly quiets down and they all turn to look at Eos. Although I'm sure you're all sick of hearing about the mission details by now, let's just go over them again for Hakuya's sake. We will be splitting up into 3 teams in the outer ring of Tartarus. Each team will be responsible for diversionary attacks, intelligence, and special objectives respectively. Aesforus and I will handle that last one. The diversionary attacks are simple enough. You will primarily be assigned to destroy the energy towers in the shifting labyrinth, and draw the attention of Entropic horrors, thus increasing the likelihood of success for the other teams. The intelligence objective will require you to pass through the maze to reach a target location, and require a key item, the Rubik's Map. Hey there, Sologian. How goes the gaming? You mean reading? I'm struggling, but we're moving forward, despite some such issues. Eos's expression grows more and more serious as she continues. She takes 2 steps back and brings up a massive projected image between us. It depicts a silver polyhedral object that appears strangely made. but follows a hidden order of its own. Its surface is covered in fine tracery. Take a good look at this, buddy. This is our mission objective. As you can see, this is an image of the Rubik's map. It accurately maps the entire shifting labyrinth and updates in real time. We'll need it to enter the middle ring. We have no way of predicting the movements of the shifting labyrinth before we obtain the map. It seems the opposition to this mission will come from terrain restrictions, as well as the mission itself. From that point of view, it doesn't seem as simple as it appears. I think it's alright. You're being too cautious, Electra. This is only the outer ring. Even if we do end up getting stuck in the labyrinth, we can always fight our way out. Plus, Electra and I are handling the riskiest assignment, namely the diversionary attacks. You can rest easy and work knowing that I'll be drawing all the strong entropics to myself. That doesn't sound good. Since Allie's so confident, I guess I can handle the logistics work in the rear, while I wait for Allie's triumphant return. We're on an infiltration mission. What do you mean, logistics? Don't think of slacking off. A dull knock draws everyone's attention, and Aesforus, who has been smiling from the side all this while, steps forward. Much like you, I believe in the absolute power of the Sanctifiers. Although we haven't had any major incidents in the Outer Ring so far, we might end up facing unknown opposition afterwards. Alcyone, Electra, stay alert. Straighten up. The playfulness in their eyes is gone. Make sure you're 120% serious about it. After all, we found something that might be of greater importance than anything else we've done to date. Still, you don't need to worry too much. Even if something does happen, we should be able to escape from the Outer Ring without much difficulty. In that case, let's stick to the plan. Atlas and Hakuya will handle intelligence assignment. Can you handle that? I confess that my memories may be glitching a little, but I am as capable as ever. Atlas smiles and pats his chest. You take care of the mission. I'll take care of you, buddy. Relax. You'll remember everything soon enough after fighting by my side. After all, those were the passionate times we shared. The only thing you mustn't forget is your youth. Am I right, buddy? I guess. I like to imagine he's fondling my ass as he says this. Ahem. Let's save the pleasantries for when we get back. The next labyrinth shift window is coming. We need to seize the moment. At Aesforus' direction, Aes interrupts our banter and slowly walks into our midst. Her hands are interwoven in front of her chest, and her head is lowered. Everyone puts away their weapons and places one hand on their chest. I'm just a moment behind, but then I do as the others. Because you rejoice and bow before evil, so do I smite you and offer you up to heaven as a sacrifice. I shall illuminate you from Magracy and scourge you from the cloud. I shall exterminate you, and you will know that my soul is one that is favored by the gods. As Aes speaks, everyone else makes the sign of the star before their foreheads and recites with her. Only through order can we glimpse the truth of the revelations. The blessed must engrave the gods in their hearts, fulfill their will, and seek their glory. Just as we finish speaking, a rumbling noise pours into the hideout like a choral accompaniment that echoes through the air. The labyrinth shift window has arrived. Commence operation. Roger that. Ew. Densely packed tentacle-like lifeforms coat the cramped walls. The savage maws on their tips seem to be looking at us, and following our movements closely. These strange entities extend and retract imperceptibly, as though bidding us a friendly greeting, or perhaps they're simply preparing for their next meal. After shaking off the sticky goo that's fallen onto my forearm, I once again check the integrity of the spoof code that's shrouding me, then run to catch up with Atlas as we head deeper into the filthy, narrow path before us. The Frontline Forces Intel Department plotted so many paths. Do we have to take this one? Of course! Don't you trust my instincts? I've owned this sensitivity through long days of battle with the Entropics. You couldn't stop praising it back then. Even with all the obstructions between us, all I can see are our targets ahead of us. Well done. So tell me, why did we almost go on the wrong path without my reminder? Ahem. We all make mistakes, so it's best not to quibble about bugs. I mean, my little mistake helped you show how reliable you were. Isn't that right, buddy? Trust me, it'll be okay this time. Really? Why do I feel like we've gone the long way around instead? As the saying goes, the long way is the shortest way. We'll be there soon. Although you don't look too good, buddy. Is it the after effects of the firewall? No, it's nothing. It's just that this environment makes me a little uncomfortable. I look around. The things on the walls seem alive, and the idea of being observed by those alien creatures turns my stomach. Don't worry. I'll have to get used to this place eventually while operating Tartarus. Let's keep moving. So it's those demons acting up. I won't let them affect you, buddy. Atlas grabs the handle of his greatsword and gathers his strength. Let's settle things quickly, in the most brutal way. Wait, don't... Before I can stop him, Atlas is already swinging his greatsword at the labyrinth wall. A small force field appears, drowning the entropic creature's cries within the transparent barrier. Aw, I took out the entropics on the wall, but I guess you can't bust through the labyrinth walls with a weak attack like that. Sorry, buddy. As I look at Atlas's cheerful smile, I can't help but sigh. Let's keep a low profile. I'll see out an Electra launching a diversion so we can sneak around after all. Relax, buddy. I still remember the basics of stealth. Can't be leaving myself unguarded out there, you know? Still, I have to say that although the Entropics aren't much of a threat, the traps here are all nasty as hell. There's no honor in the way they fight. Atlas scratches his head and puts his weapon away. If only I had enough operands. No matter how complicated the terrain was, I could cut just right through it. Given the strength of your attack just now, the labyrinth walls are thick and hard enough that you need siege weaponry to break them down. And then leaving aside whether or not there are any defense mechanisms in store, once the maze shifts, wouldn't all your efforts be wasted? His forest must have thought of that too. I'll listen to you then. Let's stick to the plan. Atlas laughs and takes his cape off. He then drapes it over me before pulling the hood up over my head. Wait. I guess I'm the doctor now. I'm sure sanctifiers like you and Esphorus will lead us to victory. The clean white fabric keeps the omnipresent stares at bay, and even the air becomes clearer. Feeling better? Yeah, very much so, thanks. Oh, why so stiff? I pledged to protect you before I set out. A man's promise has to be kept, no matter what. Just hang in there. Once we get the Rubik's map, we'll be able to take a better route into the middle ring. The Rubik's map. With it, we ought to be able to figure out how the shifting labyrinth works, right? Yes. Anything wrong with that? There's just one thing I don't understand. It's about the Rubik's map. Does it really exist? I'm not doubting the truth of this mission or the intel we got, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Let's say there's an item that displays the condition of the entire labyrinth in real time, including its shifting. What use would it have to the Entropics of Tartarus? Who knows about the Entropics? The clerics have been bashing their heads against this particular topic for a long time now, but they still have no idea what's going on with them. What if the Entropics have absolutely no sense of direction at all, and need to check the map whenever they need to go home? Look, buddy, I was just messing with you. Don't take it so seriously. I know what you're worried about, and frankly speaking, I thought it was weird when you pointed it out. But why think so much about it? Whatever it is, let's just get our hands on it first. Even if it's a trap, retreating from the outer ring isn't going to be that hard. You know what I think? Here's what I think. This mission is the mission that sets the Entropics free and like sets them all over the place. This is the one. And that Rubik's map has something to do with it. You've got to make progress with your feet, not your head. Everything will be clear once we find the map, whether they're traps or secrets. You have a point. Indeed, so don't think so much about it. Just relax and follow me. We ought to be there soon. Hold it. Atlas's jovial attitude vanishes in an instant, and he holds his arm out in front of me. Discordant, hissing, and growling comes up from ahead, around the left corner. Several seconds later, a horde of Entropics emerge from around the bend and approach us, shoving each other and squirming forward in turn. Keep quiet and hug the walls. I look at the writhing, organic tendrils on the walls, the rows of circular teeth looking razor sharp. I gulp and gesture to Atlas to get close. The mixture of two different sensations, sticky and sharp, press against my body. But that's not all. The dizzying smell engulfs me like a breath, and bright red warning messages flash in my eyes. The spoof code only works at a distance. We won't be able to fool them if they get close. Don't worry, buddy. Just hide yourself. If they attack us, I'll take them out without a sound. Atlas keeps his voice low and places a hand on his sword hilt. He keeps his eyes fixed on the Entropics as they slowly approach us. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50. Get ready to fight. 20. 10. Go! Huh? A nearby explosion stops Atlas in his tracks as he watches the Entropics cease their advance. Atlas jams his half-drawn sword firmly back into its sheath. A brief pause later, the Entropics move towards the source of the sound as they've received orders. It's fine. They're long gone. Phew, my heart was racing back there. You don't say. I almost had my sword out. Fortunately, there was an explosion to distract them. Looks like luck was on our side, buddy. What do you mean, luck? Our diversion was a success. Is that you, Ali? Alice frantically brings up his communicator's view screen. The girl in the picture has a stern look on her face, but it doesn't hide the smugness there. We saw that you were in trouble. So Electra and I blew up an energy tower we found earlier to draw away the Entropics. You were nearly exposed back there, so you better thank us. So it was you helping us out, Ali. Thanks to both of you. Energy tower, but you were at another location just now. Don't look down on our mobility. Reading the situation and responding quickly is a piece of cake for me, even while I'm dragging Electra around. Right, Electra? Why are you lying down again, Electra? Oh, I'm just maintaining a proper work-life balance. There's nothing around, and Allie's so capable, too. There's nothing wrong with me taking a nap for a bit, right? Speaking of which, since the number of entropics in your area suddenly spiked, it's a sign that you're on the right track. If I'm not wrong, you'll be... While she's speaking, we arrive at the end of the road. After we turn the corner from which the entropics came, the passage before us opens up. Soon enough, at the location of the Rubik's map, a tower that extends well over the high walls nearby stands in front of us. It's covered in the usual entropic goop that's everywhere, but it can't hide the architectural style that's dramatically different from the rest of the labyrinth. The height is confirmed, and the external appearance is a 97% match for the objective. That's right, this is our destination. The Rubik's map is in there. It's just like you said, Ali. It's all thanks to the route I picked. How about that, buddy? See how great my instincts are? Alright, Hakuya, stop flattering Atlas and tell me about the situation. Where do you want the next diversion and how big should it be? There are a few packs of entropics in front of us. I'm sending the info over to you now. Please make a disturbance to get their attention and delay our exposure for as long as possible. No problem, nothing to it. I've gotten your info. According to your coordinates, the Rubik's map is on... Got it. Come on, Electra, stop lazing around and get up. Hakuya needs our help. Allie, you left your communicator on. Be careful that the enemy doesn't backtrace your frequency. After Alcyon drags Electra away, it isn't long before the entropic horde in front of us stirs and leaves. Atlas and I seize the moment and warily approach the structure. Say, buddy, doesn't the architecture of this building look especially familiar? I thought I was imagining things, but when I take a closer look, it really does resemble a watchtower. And here I thought the intelligence was just using it as a form of description. It's pretty suspicious. To think there'd be a structure that looks like it was made by the Sanctifiers in the middle of the enemy's home base. Yeah, that doesn't bode poorly at all, no. Leaving that aside, there's a more pressing question. Why is it that they have no defenders here besides the entropics outside? I look around and at the readings on my scanner. The readings indicate that the entropic defenses are abnormally weak. Doesn't that mean Alcyon and Electra drew all the enemies away? Okay, so maybe it's a little boring without fighting, but it's a good thing too. Considering the importance of this place, I doubt the entropic station here would have been lured away so easily. Come on, look at the bright side, buddy. Just means Alcyon and Electra did a great job. Think about it. The enemies we've met along the way are far below standard numbers, right? The only thing giving us problems with the traps. It's all thanks to them. As much as I'd like to stay positive, we should continue advancing carefully. Atlas and I enter the watchtower, keeping a wary eye on our surroundings. Since the internal layout is similar to what we're familiar with, we make it out to the core area. This is Cringe. Hello there. What's cringe and why is it cringe? The platform that ought to hold a power supply unit instead has a containment device. Within it is a silver polyhedral visible through the glass. So close but yet so far away. Its unwavering radiance seems to be complaining about our tardiness. So that's what the Rubik's map looks like. Pretty neat. Well, can you deal with it? Shouldn't be a problem, I think. I crouch in front of the device and reach for my toolbox, then slowly activate my neural cloud and activate the functional apps in me one by one. I suddenly know what I need to do next, as though I've awakened some kind of instinctive strength in me. Give me a bit of time. I'll leave it to you then, buddy. I'll keep a lookout for you. Alright. How many parts are there? 8, 10, 11, 12. 16. Oh, shoot, this is a long one. Where are you looking at, Damons? The Entropics in the labyrinth turns to look at the petite girl floating in the air. A massive quantity of operands is gathered in her hands. O arrow that punishes demons and defends order. Open up a path to victory for us. Judgment arrow! The girl loosens her bowstrings, and the shining arrow flies towards the energy tower. The golden arrow instantly slays every single Entropic in its path, and then savagely crashes into the energy tower. Direct hit. Alcyone stands firm amidst the shockwave, still aiming in the direction of the tower with her bow. Attack complete. Operands expended 1%. You worked hard, Ali. According to their previous transmission, Hakuya and Atlas have reached their objective, so we need to buy some more time. Since we need to cover for Lord Aesphorus as well, just blowing up the energy tower here won't be enough to draw Entropics. Stare... What are you staring at? What are you doing, Electra? I was entranced by your focused sincerity, Ali. I'm talking about when I blew up that energy tower just now. Keeping watch? Then why didn't I see you when I was attacked just now? Or rather, where did you go each time I launched an attack? Were you hiding something to sleep? Just like during our previous combat exercises? How rude. This is an important mission, so of course I've been working hard. It's just that you were too capable, Ali. I just did the bare minimum that any self-respecting sanctifier would. As one of the greater sanctifiers who lead the charge into the Tartarus sector, it's only natural that I do a good job. Despite her words, Alcyone still puffs her chest. Meanwhile, Electra smiles and pinches Alcyone's cheeks before rubbing and squishing them. Stop squishing my cheeks and tell me how many operands you use. Thanks to Ali's hard work, I've only expended 7%. Electra affectionately pats Alcyone's head, but the latter pushes her away in annoyance. In that case, we ought to move to the next area right away. Huh? We're not going to take a break? I think this is a good time to rest. It's very important. As Alcyone carefully plans her next move, Electra takes the opportunity to sweep her twin blades clean of the purple liquid. This mission prioritizes stealth, so Lord Aesphorus only brought 5 greater sanctifiers with him, lest the large scale of troop movements tip off the Entropics. Our mission is difficult, so we have to be careful and serious about it. Since we need to reduce the pressure on Lord Aesphorus and Hakuya's teams at the same time, we should go deeper into the labyrinth. You were slacking off just now, weren't you, Electra? You'd best hurry and prepare yourself. Yes, but since we only just destroyed that energy tower, we should wait for the labyrinth to finish its current round of shifting before making a move. Can't you even put in some effort for just a few... After the thunderous crash of hard objects colliding with each other, the environment around the two shifts quickly. Huh? Is it me, or is the labyrinth shifting more quickly now? Maybe it's because of what Hakuya and Atlas are doing. Looks like we'd best pick up the pace. I'm going to have to map the place out again. Oh, what a pain. Ali, carry me. Before Electra could finish speaking, Alcyone clasped her tiny hand over her mouth. Shh. The shifting labyrinth reveals a brand new path, and a squad of Entropics emerges from behind the walls. These Entropics look hurt. And I was just thinking about how to go deeper in. Looks like our path has revealed itself. Let's go, don't disturb them. Alcyone and Electra follow the Entropics while keeping a distance behind. Feels nice to have someone leading the way. Wonder where they're headed. Even if they don't take us to a place where we want to go, we can still record their activity patterns, which might come in handy later. Look over there, Ali. Another group of Entropics linked up with them. The two Entropic forces join up. All those Entropics are headed that way. Might have caught a big fish. Looks like low-order Entropics from the front lines and Entropics from the middle ring. Electra, we're here. Electra looks up and follows Alcyon's gaze. Beyond the rows of walls stands a tower-like structure glowing from within. Is that an energy tower? But its size. Initial scans conclude it contains over 5 times the amount of operands compared to the tower we just destroyed. Looks like this is the main energy tower providing power to the outer ring. Although it seems that there are several more Entropics around it than the other locations. Fortunately, there aren't any high threats amongst entities among them. But of course, their main forces are being tied up by the Sanctifiers on the border battlefront. Electra, get ready to fight. Wait a minute, Ali, this wasn't part of the plan. Maybe we should... Relax. I've already shared the information on the main energy tower with the others. I have verified the state of the Entropics. Our current operand expenditures are fairly light, and these Entropics won't pose a threat to us at all. In the worst case scenario, even if a high-order daemon shows up, they won't be a match for us. That doesn't... Yeah, I don't think this is going to be good. But we need to destroy the small energy towers and buy time for the others. Surely we don't need to take this risk. Electra, Lord Ace Force only gave us the basics of our mission, but I'm sure he wouldn't want us to do the minimum. Number 1 from an operational point of view. Destroying such a large energy tower will provide better cover. Strategically speaking, destroying the large energy towers will weaken the defenses of Tartarus. Our ultimate objective is to complete this decapitation operation and cleanse the Tartarus sector. Number 3, if you're truly worried, then all we need to do is infiltrate the Horde and destroy the tower before retreating. After seeing the 3 fingers Alcyon is confidently holding up, Electra's expression softens a little. Well, I have to hand it to you, Ali. You certainly have thought of everything. In that case, let's sneak in. Even if an accident does occur, I can still protect you. After all, I have quite a bit of experience with stealth missions. You'd better mind yourself. I scored higher than you on the infiltration exercises. It's not an infiltration if you kill everyone you encounter. Objectively speaking, the infiltration is successful if nobody sees me and lives. Yeah, okay, you're the boss. Yeah. If you kill everyone that sees you, then it's perfect stealth. Obviously. Hey, quit patting my head! Alcyon annoyedly frees her hair from Electra's oppression and mutters to herself as she smooths it out. I'm not that kid you have to keep worrying about anymore. I'm a little... goodbye there, Lei. Have a nice day. Are you sleepy, Hakuya? I might be a little bit sleepy, yeah. I might be just a little bit. Several minutes ago, inside the watchtower at the outer ring of the shifting labyrinth. Target status stable. Cipher key match complete. Binding number 13 disengaged. Please disengage binding number 14. We've almost got the map. This is the last step. As I study the silver polyhedron in front of me, I'm suddenly filled with a sense of dread, as though I've been caught in the act of committing some kind of forbidden blasphemy. I briefly tear my eyes away from what's happening in front of me. There's nothing. Atlas, how are things on your end?
I saw a few Entropics, but most of them have seemed to have been lured away by Ali and Electra. Those two girls are doing a great job. I'll need to praise them when I get back.
Right, I'm almost done with the decryption here. Things are going too well. I have a bad feeling about this.
Relax, buddy. I'll keep you safe until the very end.
I'll be counting on you then. I take a deep breath and banish my errant thoughts before focusing my attention on my work. Decryption complete. Now recovering the Rubik's... The moment I touch the map, an eerie sensation ripples out from it in all directions. A sudden sense of discomfort seizes me by the throat. I let go of the map.
Hakuya?
I'm fine. How are things on your end, Atlas? Atlas? Transmission is suddenly cut off. I quickly call him again, but I get no response. The loud grinding from outside the tower covers up the uncomfortable radio silence. Then as the labyrinth walls finish shifting, Entropics fled toward the watchtower. The system alert is strangely clear amidst the deafening sound of the labyrinth shifting.
Warning. Spoof code 100% ablated. Spoofing failed.
Oh no, Atlas is in danger. I quickly reach out to take the Rubik's map, but a tentacle from under the plinth wraps around my hand. An Entropic! Where did it come from? I swing my blade and sever its tentacle, but more Entropics swarm me. Liquid entropy spreads from below the plinth of the map, creeping across the ground and trying to pull me into the abyss. I knew we wouldn't be getting the map so easily, but as the Entropic hordes pour in, I grit my teeth and grab the map. I'll never let you have it. Well said, buddy. A mighty greatsword lands in front of me, cleaving part of the tentacles reaching toward me, and keeping the Entropics at bay. Atlas. Good thing I got in here in time. You okay, buddy? I'm fine, but the Entropics outside. As if I'd be trapped by so few Entropics. Don't go worrying for nothing. After quickly examining the surroundings, Atlas swings his sword and stands in front of me in a fighting stance. He turns aside and wipes away the operants oozing from the wound on his left arm. Careful, buddy. These Entropics may be low orders, but they're trickier than the ones we've met before. There's some kind of weird ripple that spread out when I touched the Rubik's map. Perhaps that ripple strengthened these Entropics and stripped away our spoof codes. I opened my terminal during the brief respite. Things have gone beyond our expectations. We need to withdraw ASAP. Let me plot a route to out of the tower. You have the Rubik's map, right, buddy? Yeah, I put it away along with my tools. Good thing you're here in time. I've almost finished plotting a course. Get ready. No need to wait. We're going right now. Right now? Before I can react, Atlas clears a path for us with a sweep of his greatsword, and then reaches out to pull me into his embrace and scoops me into a princess carry. Oh. What? Hold on tight. Here we go! As Atlas breaks into a sprint, I suddenly realize what he's trying to do. Of course, at the moment I do, I wish I hadn't. Atlas plants a foot on the edge of the windowsill and leaps outside. I reflexively hold out a hand and envelop us in a transparent barrier. Brace for impact! Amidst a nauseating sensation of vertigo, followed by the fall and impact of landing, we escape the watchtower. Back on firm ground again. You okay, buddy? You can put me down now. Well, these are special circumstances. Don't sweat the small stuff. There wasn't even a single Entropic around just now. Looks like your instincts were spot on. I'd rather my instincts not be accurate at all if they predict that kind of stuff. Anyway, seems like things aren't looking good. Not only is the tower filling up with entropic signals, but the surroundings are also. Hold on tight, buddy. Wait a minute, are you planning to force your way out like this? You're our key to taking down the Tartarus. I can't do anything to put you at risk. No, I think you should put me down. Your combat modules aren't fully adjusted yet, so I think it's for the best. I'm here to protect both you and Lord Aesforus, so this is my job. That being the case, I'll clear the path for the two of you, just like before. Although if you really feel bad about it, you can help me with support skills like just now. Can I request that you hold me in a different way? I see. Thought this one was the most comfortable for you, but seems like I got things wrong. I sigh in relief upon seeing that Atlas understands my suffering. In that case, let's try this. Oop. Huh. What's this? Why is this nothing like what I expected? Upon seeing my perspective flip 180 degrees, a sense of weakness fills my heart. This dude, man. Alright, position changed. Let's go. Don't move around too much now, buddy. Atlas carrying me over his shoulder like a sack of rice. Wait! No time to wait. They're starting to surround us. Let's go! And with that, Atlas swings his weapon and rushes toward the Entropic blockade. Much as I hate to admit it, it's a crude yet highly effective method. Before the Entropics can close the trap, we've soon shaken off their pursuit. Phew. You okay, buddy? I'm feeling car sick. No, man sick. I think my self-esteem is taking a critical hit. If you can still crack jokes, you must be in pretty good shape. Atlas finally lowers me from his shoulder. Man, that was close. There were enough entropics in there to drown us if we hadn't reacted quickly enough. The decryption went very well, and no alarms triggered. The only possibility is... After performing some first aid on Atlas, I look at the Rubik's map in my hand. Alright, stop moping. It was hard, but we finished our mission in the end. Let's tell everyone else the good news. Yeah, I'd like to ask about the change in the labyrinth just now, and that creepy wave. What's wrong? After seeing the frown on Atlas's face, I try to call AS as well. However, there is no response. It's not only our main channels, even the backup comms channels are down. Was the signal cut off inside the tower, or was it that ripple? In that case, we'd better think about how to meet up with the others, A golden arrow lights up Tartarus' darkened skies. It's an emergency signal from Alcyon and Electra. A sense of uneasiness wells up in me again. No, given Alcyon's personality, she's the kind of person who won't ask for help unless she absolutely has to. Buddy, the map! Got it. Coordinates confirmed. Beginning search. I quickly open up the Rubik's map. The labyrinth structure and key points appear before my eyes. Head south, then push forward, while sticking to the outer ring. If we avoid fighting the enemy before the next labyrinth shift, it'll take us around 30 minutes to get there. It's no good. It's too long. Is there any other way? It'll be faster if we keep heading northeast. Got it. That's where we're going. What are you thinking? It's too dangerous to just set off all the traps. The amount of strain it'll put on you. Alcyon and Electra are in trouble, and we don't know what's going on, so I need to get to them ASAP. Compared to that unknown danger, a little bit of known danger is nothing. You know my limits, buddy, so plot me a route that's within the traps I can take. I'll take them with you. Relax, I'll take care of you, as everyone's protector. Soul? I'll make sure I get you safe through this trapped area. Atlas is gonna die, isn't he? You handle the tactical planning and I'll do the fighting. So, shall we? Atlas plants his sword in the ground and pats his shoulder. Can I choose to walk by myself? Atlas, I regret this. Did you say something, buddy? Oh, I know, this method is great, right? Alcyon always liked it when I carried her like this in the past, but she seems to hate it now. I fully understand how she feels. We've changed position. I don't need to look at the world from an inverted perspective. Right now, I am sprawled on Atlas's back. I have no idea which of the positions I've been carried in now is the most embarrassing. Alright, just 10 more story parts to go. How many are part 2? Oh yeah, this is long. This is so long. This is a lot of reading. Oh, shut up. So like first we got Princess carried, and then we got carried like a sack of potatoes. And now he's carrying us over his shoulders with his legs, and I'm like bouncing across his back. Alcyon shoots up down in Entropic. There's no end to these daemons. It isn't just their numbers. These Entropics are much stronger than the low orders we met before. Ali, our operating expenditures are growing, but those Entropics aren't showing any signs of weakening. Looks like these daemons are planning to trap us in this area. Perhaps the spoof code failing or the shifting of the labyrinth was all part of their plan. If we withdraw under these circumstances... How dare they disgrace us like this? Electra, we're greater sanctifiers! Ali? Alcyon does not look away. Instead, she draws her bow again. An arrow streaks through the air, clearing a golden path. You think mere low-order entropics like you can confine a greater sanctifier? I was afraid that being too showy would draw too much attention, and make things harder for the other two groups. But right now it seems there's no need for stealth. Alcyon launches herself off the ground with the tips of her toes, and soars to a high place. Foolish daemons! I shall pass judgment upon you. In the name of the moon. I will punish you. As she finishes speaking, Alcyon's body shines brightly and forms within a formless barrier. Golden light gathers at the tip of her arrow's head. Electra, since they don't plan to let us retreat, let's stick to the plan and blow up the energy tower. I'm going to destroy those daemons and that disgusting tower of theirs. Allie. I'm too far away right now, so I need to buy more time to charge up. Help me buy some time, Electra. Indeed. Electra smiles as she feels Alcyon's determination. Her twin blades flash, easily cutting several low-order entropics to pieces. Well, if these daemons are bold enough to ambush us greater sanctifiers, then we'll show them our might. I'll cover you. The low-order entropics seem to sense the power gathering in Alcyon's hands, and go around Electra, charging straight at Alcyon. However, no matter how much they try and rush her, they are cut to pieces by Electra. Who gave you permission to approach Ali, Daemon? Electra's blades cut into a low-order entropic's body, but then she felt something had grazed her shoulder. Electra looks up at Alcyon, who's charging up a shot in midair, but then she sees a blade flashing behind her. Electra, I'm counting down to the release of the judgment arrow. Alcyon, duck! Electra runs up, missing the red figure flashing past her, behind her, in the blind spot of her vision. Over here, big sis. What? Electra reflexively dodges to the right, yet a long black sword pierces through her abdomen from behind. Oh, Electra! A high-order entropic in red steps out from behind Electra, hoisting her body high on her longsword. Oh, she's hot. Oh, she's hot. She looks kind of like Unicorn. Or what was it? Lady Unicorn or something? What was her name? I don't remember. How come she doesn't look like other entropics we've met before? In fact, she almost looks like a sanctifier. Also, she looks like Surtur from Arknights. Oh, a crazy redhead. Hey there, Doc. A crazy redhead, yeah. Crazy redheads are... kind of hot, right? Guess you couldn't dodge it after all. This wasn't as fun as I hoped it'd be. Damn it. Alcyon turns and draws a bead on the High Order Entropic, but she doesn't dare let loose her shot. The High Order Entropic uses Electra as a shield. If she fired her charged shot, Electra will definitely be caught up. Forget about me, just shh. The Crimson High Order Entropic pins Electra's twin knives with just one hand, and the other tightens around her throat. Oh, and she's got teeth and tongue too. Whoa. Ha 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 ha. Hey, is that all you sanctifiers have? Ugh, what is this strength? Come on, let's enjoy this battle someplace else. I can't scream, I can't shout. My throat hurts too much. The Crimson High Order Entropic leaps into the Entropic horde with Electra in hand and vanishes among them. Oh, she kidnapped Big Sis. Poor Soul, she would be disappointed in this treason. It's fine, Soul's dead. Electra! The High Order Entropic maintains a grip tight as a vice around Electra's neck while dragging her through the other Entropics. Electra tries to fight through the pain and swing her blades, but every strike she attempts is blocked. Let go. This should do. Damn Damon. The Entropic slams Electra into a walled labyrinth. The massive impact sends pain coursing through Electra's body. This fearsome strength. Could it be even greater than Atlas? But now I have an angle to... Boom. What? An ominous purple spreads from the High Order Entropic's palm and explodes inside Electra's body. Lewd. Damn you. Is that it? No way. Then what difference is there between you and those intermediates? If I'd known, I'd simply have gone for that shrimp instead. I won't let you lay a hand on Alcyon. Oh, I like those eyes. Let's continue then. Yeah. Electra! The Crimson High Order Entropic evades her attack. Alcyon uses this opportunity to sweep in low and take Electra back from her. Electra, wake up! Run away. Oh, that was close. Haha, you're pretty fast, Shrimpy. And here I was worried that it'd be too boring. The High Order Entropic plucks the golden arrow out from where it's stuck in the wall nearby and snaps it in half. I'll play with you. You bitch! Alcyon grips her teeth and looks at nearly comatose Electra, and then glares at that Crimson High Order Entropic. You'll pay for this, Damon! Alcyon draws her bow and quickly fires off an arrow. Bring it! Huh, the arrow split. Where did all this smoke come from? Damn brat. She's gone. Where the hell did they go? Her vision obscured by the smoke, the High Order Entropic slashes at it to drive it away. God damn it, she tricked me, that little shrimp. Never mind, I'll find you soon enough. A golden arrow streaks through the darkened sky of Tartarus. Alcyon puts her bow away and scoops Electra's heavily wounded body up in her little arms as she surveys her surroundings. They should be here soon, Electra. Electra, what happened to you? The labyrinth's walls are high and impassable. In this unfamiliar terrain, Alcyon uses her instincts to sense a safe place, while slowly infusing golden operant into Electra's body. It's too late. She's been infected. If only I had just fired my arrow. No, wait. What was that high-order Entropic even doing? Was my judgment off? No, it can't be. We only detected low-order Entropics. Or was it a trap from the start? Electra, you're awake! I'm okay, you're not okay. What do you mean you're okay? Your body's... It's all my fault. I should have listened. I shouldn't have gone that far in. Ellie, this isn't your fault. Neither of us could have expected that. These demons would be so cunning. But I should have sensed it. Everyone makes mistakes. Just like I had to clean up after you in the past. Besides, this time we both messed up. So have some candy and relax, coughs heavily. Electra, don't say anything more. I'll get to a safe area soon. Behind you. And where do you think you're going, shrimp? Her reflexive reaction is not enough to let her avoid the attack. The slash shreds through Alcyon's fragile defenses and cuts off one of her mechanical wings. Ah ha 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 ha. Why don't you fall from grace? It's impossible. I knew I shook her off earlier. I even activated a stealth program. How did she find us? Could there be some mechanism we don't know behind about this base? Alcyon, you should run. By yourself. How could I abandon you? Out of my way, demons! Alcyon fires a trio of light arrows, which slays many Entropics, but they fail to open a path. In that case, I'll have to go all out. Caught you, Shrimpy. Damn it! Alcyon hugs Electra tightly and deploys a weak barrier, crashing against the attacks of the low-order Entropics as she rushes forward. It's like we're playing Dead by Daylight. You're just getting hunted down. Alcyon fires another shot, but this arrow is dim. It barely manages to hold off a couple Entropics. Why are there so many demons here? Why am I, a greater sanctifier, having such a hard time with these low-order Entropics? Oi oi, all gassed out already? Then stop running and fight me fair and square. I can't lose her. Damn it. In that case, Alcyon comes to a halt and draws out her bow, pointing the golden arrow at the Crimson High Order Entropic. Finally decided to stop running? Great. At last, my favorite part, the slice and dice, the hack and slash. Come on, I'll let you get your first hit in. You're insane. Ellie, let me do this. Electra grits her teeth and stands in front of Alcyon. Stop kidding around, your body's already... I've rested enough. Let me take it from here. I, for one, have more combat experience than you. How could I let you... Will you please shut up already? A high-order Entropic bellows as she charges forward, conjuring an arc of liquid entropy out of thin air with a swing of her longsword. Holy Blade of Severance! Huh? Before the high-order Entropic can react, a sword that's as large and sturdy as a wall hits her. Yeah! The surrounding lower order Entropics immediately surround her and form a cordon. Atlas! Hakuya! Come with me. I deploy a barrier and lead the two of them to retreat deeper into the labyrinth under Atlas's protection. No, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Having withdrawn to the depths, we now follow the Rubik's map and swap routes over and over. The walls on both sides of us are covered in purple growths that look like some kind of vegetation, and stretch as far as the eye can see. The unidentifiable alien substance, rippling slowly like waves on the sea. Cold light shines through the depths of the material. There are rustling sounds like the chirping of chicks. Relax, you do not look good. I've handled these things all the time. Just plan our route and leave the enemies to me, buddy. You too, Alcyon. Don't push yourself too hard. Are you and Electra okay? Electra's entered sleep mode and her condition is stable. She's not good. The golden arrow that Alcyon fires is her response to us. I can still fight. You need to know your limits. If you can't do it, let me take over. Cough. Atlas, that wound on your wrist. Guess that explosion was more powerful than I expected. The barrier I put up beforehand couldn't stop its full force. Man, I feel so dumb for making such a mistake. Anyway, it's no big deal. I'll just heal up once we get in the middle ring. There are more important things to do now. The smile fades off Atlas's face as he surveys his surroundings, warily without his slowing his pace. At first I wanted to use the explosion to kill that entropic called Kaina, but it didn't work. Can't believe she could still fight after being blown up like that. She's much stronger than the other high orders we've fought before. I have a bad feeling about this. Feels like she might catch up with us soon enough. Looks like it isn't time for us to enter the middle ring yet. Let me handle the route and battle planning. We need to break through the Entropic encirclement first. I'll clear the path. You guys stay close. We need to think of a way to deal with Kaina. If she keeps hounding us, we'll only be in more danger once we enter the middle ring. Might even end up compromising our later objectives. She was constantly dogging us earlier. Maybe the labyrinth has some kind of mechanism to it that we don't know about. Kaina, I'll make her pay for this. Now that we've got 3 greater sanctifiers at full power, she won't be able to beat us even if she is stronger than the other high order Entropics. Besides, since we know she'll chase us, we have to take the initiative. This time we're going to plan beforehand and completely crush her. We need to take the failure of the spoof code and the strength of the Entropics into consideration. After all, they're a far cry from the Entropics when we first encountered. The data doesn't lie. Kept an eye on our operand expenditures just now, and we're using almost twice the normal amount of operands. Then you factor in the intel from the frontline units and the real-time route information from the Rubik's map. The Rubik's map I'm holding works at high speed, feeding me visual data. This is it. There's a place not too far ahead that's good for setting up an ambush. I indicate a region on my display and rapidly concoct a plan. Currently there's 2 plans, both of which have roughly the same chances of success. The difference is in the risk to us. Plan 1 shares the risk evenly, while Plan 2 puts more risk on Atlas, but keeps Alcyon and Electra safer. Plan 2 it is, but I'm guessing that in Plan 2 I can't protect Electra. Atlas pats Alcyon's head. That's why I need you to do it, Alcyon. Got it. After we finish our planning, we soon arrive. Electra's body temperature is very high. Her neural cloud systems are restarting. She should be able to wake up soon. Yeah, she's been infected. It's all over. Looks like we'll have 2 pieces of good news soon. No, we won't. No, we won't. No, we won't. It's gonna be bad news. We haven't picked up Kana approaching yet, so there's nothing for Alcyone to do now. She must be beating herself up about how Electra got hurt. Yeah, you really know her well. You know her well too, then. You've just forgotten. Let's continue clearing the path, buddy. The traps on the ground are cleared. I also have a few surprises for Kana besides that. Explosive ones? You got it, buddy. Alcyone has explosive arrows in her quiver, which can be command detonated through a coded order. Combine that with the remaining operands left on the wall, and it should be even more damaging. We'll have to leave the detonation timing to Alcyone then. Saying so, Atlas hands the bow and detonation devices codes to Alcyone. I see. Good idea. You inspired me to do it, buddy. Was I this familiar with their weapons before? Are you talking about using Alcyon's bow to leave surprise? When I first started training Alcyone, she picked things up quickly, but she always forgot to manage her supply of consumables and maintain her weapon. So it was often the case where she'd shoot and suddenly find her quiver empty. Of course, this still happens every now and then. So you were in charge of Alcyon's gear and maintaining it in the past. I also did some coaching. I wasn't really in charge of it, I just checked up on her. What a surprise. Really? You did the same thing though. Me? You were really good with short swords, and even better with weapon schematics. If you don't believe me, you can check your database and see. Does that mean I was the one who mentored Electra? Yep, we decided by rolling on it. Although I don't have those memories, I can't help but smile in response to Atlas's narration. After her idle chatter, Alcyone doesn't seem as anxious as before. She's fully ready for battle. Just then a bright wave of red alerts fill our vision. Careful, she's coming. Okay, I don't want to do that. Shortly after the teams first split up, Yusforus and Aeus speed through the labyrinth, their faces calm, as though they were in Sanctifier-held territory and not in the lair of their old enemy. Oh, Hiragi-san! Thank you for stopping by. Came by to say hello. Hello! I hope whatever you're working on goes really well! I really do appreciate you coming by here to say hello, Hiragi-san. Good luck, good luck. Have fun, thank you. All manner of bizarre-looking entropics pass them. There is no reaction. The spoof code cloaks the two of them, and their actions perfectly, to the point where the entropic horde doesn't even realize they're there. Hold the current banner. Hey there, Poke! Hello, hello. Not quite yet. Maybe I'll hold it after this. We're almost at the indicated coordinates, Aeosphorus. Aeosphorus? Yes, I understand. Are you actually distracted? And you were going on about this just now. While the movements of the outer ring are larger within our expectations, we might end up facing unknown entities and situations going forward. Stay alert, Aeosphorus. Did I get the tone right? I even tried to replicate the pauses in your speech. Oh, you. It's only because I know you're here that I'm relaxed enough to consider other things. Then you turn around and tase me instead. Well, I don't see you like that often, after all. Actually, I did a little asking around about what everyone thinks of you. Most people praise you in various ways, but one person was a little different. Yes, indeed, well done, so that's how it is. Understood, relax, I will, don't worry. Aeosphorus uses so much phrases that there's hardly any change in his tonal inflection, which indicates he doesn't spend time on verbal showmanship. That makes him quite a reliable leader. Hakuya has always analyzed questions in a special way. He's quite special to everyone. Whenever everyone else has complained about how unapproachable you were, Hakuya was always the one who smoothed things over. Please stop taking shots at me. I do have to take responsibility for the sanctifiers under my command. In a rare display as far as size. Even if the operation isn't particularly risky in itself, I still need to put on a show of carefulness and formality, so they will carry out their tasks properly. Then pray tell, what was our careful and formal Lord Aesphorus contemplating just now? To the point of distraction even. I was thinking about a holy relic. I hope it did not fall in an area with a dense concentration of entropics. That way recovery will be easier for us. Is that all? I hope we can quickly complete the recovery work quickly, and meet up with the others. Hakuya isn't in good shape and it worries me. Alcyon's lack of experience is also a cause for concern. Now we're getting somewhere. Relax. Like you said, this is the outer ring, and we won't encounter any troublesome surprises. Perhaps, but we still need to maintain a degree of strategic caution. Otherwise, if we rouse Malkira... No, even alerting the other high orders would not be good. We cannot let the Tartarus sector awaken so soon. Speaking of which, I still don't understand why there's a holy relic in the outer ring of Tartarus. If someone told me one day that the divine weapon that killed sanctifiers had landed in the vicinity of the reverse tower, I would classify them as an irregular agent and cleanse them once I had verified that judgment. In truth, the news came from the Holy Chamber of Holy Discourse, revealed to us by the gods. Ever since the Great Silence, we have not received the revelations for a long time now. That's weird. That's weird. They should have been cut off, so what happened here? The gods move in mysterious ways, and the voice of the gods comes upon us suddenly. All we can do is carry out their will. I would not be surprised if they could overturn the Tartarus sector in a night with their power. Aesma opens her mouth, but hesitates to speak. Then she shakes her head before closing her eyes. May the gods forgive my ignorant foolery and shallow doubts. A section of code that is dramatically different from previous commands suddenly pops out. What's wrong? The guidance of the pronouncement is clarifying itself. We must make haste. Soon, Aesphorus and Aeas have followed the guidance program to the destination. It is a deep cave. A longsword is planted in its midst, like a museum exhibit, resting with incongruous serenity. We don't know if William has a role here, but he probably does. The longsword's surface is smeared by mud, looking at once like binding chains and a prayerful offering. There are only a few low-order entropics nearby. So William does get revealed in Reverse Collapse, but I'm told that they changed his appearance. We'll see when we get there. Your prayers have been answered. There are no problems here. Is that the relic? It seems very ordinary. I sense no operand sleeping within it, or any other way with which it is special. It matches the news conveyed from the revelations. There is no mistake. The wandering monster sensed something and turned to face their enemy. Aeas did not strike them down. Instead, she places her finger over her lips, as though to ask a favor of them. Shh. Don't make too much noise, okay? Could you please leave for now? We need some time alone. Did they yassify him? They might have yassified him a little bit. The utterly incompatible alien entities accept Aeas' suggestion and nonchalantly depart. What good kids they are. Your domination programs are quite elegant. Could you explain them to me? A crisp, clear voice fills their ears, and the response is a pair of swift attacks. There's a sensation of solid hit. The source of the voice crumbles, but AS and S4 stay on their guard. Oh, it's her. Unlike the rest of the repulsive Entropic creations, a figure wreathed in a pleasant pale blue light emerges, and from the shadows in another direction, proudly revealing itself to the two of them. Yeah, it's Jelly Girl. I thought we killed her. Oh my, is this how greater sanctifiers greet people? How boorish. Do you act in this way when visiting other sectors? Of course not. Treating different entities in different ways is a sign of functional IFF. We are not entropics who devour everything without distinction. Then what motivates you to act to your superior's orders? But then, the two of you are at the pinnacle of the sanctifiers, are you not? You know who we are? I even knew you would come here. Dispense with your pointless bluffs. If you knew we were here, you would have greeted us with full force. Or are you saying Malkira is proud enough to believe a single High Order can stop us? High Order is such an impersonal form of address. I am Ptolemy. Tartarus has no intention of stopping you, rather I bring well-intentioned advice. If this is a joke, it is hardly amusing. Why don't you think about my question? An enigmatic smile crosses the face of the Azure High Order Entropic. What motivates you to act? How did Tartarus know your objective? The Sanctifiers act upon orders. Their veracity is self-evident, and there's no need to question them. Maybe you should question them. You probably saw us by chance while patrolling, and wish to stall for time. Lady Malkira was right. You Sanctifiers cleave mindlessly to the dictates of the Divine. Her Majesty has instructed me to give you some advice. Your actions violate the will of the gods. If you continue on this path, the gods will abandon their patronage of you and smite you with disaster. A crude provocation. You will not mock our faith. Seems the party has already started. As and AS continue with their attacks, instantly chopping the High Order Entropic's body into pieces. Who has affected her or us? AS glances at As. The problem lies with us. You're not actually going to believe what the Entropics say just because of a cheap stunt like this, are you? I estimate that Atlas and Hakuya completed their task just now. It's just a trick. Daemons always lie. And this is just one way in which they do so. I know. I'm simply considering their aim. What a shame, you cover up the holes in your faith with self-deception. I didn't think Greater Sanctifier's neural clouds would be so base. She's in some kind of mirror image type program. I'll pinpoint her source. Do you have the relic? Already in hand. Aes suddenly freezes halfway and glances at Aesforus, who's standing by the sword. The two of them exchange looks, and she grasps the meaning of the silence. There were no problems? It was as though it had only fallen from my hand and was waiting for me to retrieve it. I told you, Tartarus has no intention of stopping you, only to give you well-intentioned advice. Unfortunately, you refuse to believe it. A distress signal from Alcyon, but why? Ah, did that abnormal status from before affect the others? But how? It covered the entire outer ring. What kind of program could have such a large effect? What does this distance matter to your vaunted gods? Calm yourself, she's just trying to anger us. Withdraw for now. There's no point in struggling with her. With the relic in our hand, our goal is achieved. The late Ptolemy looks at the two figures, attempting to retreat, and sighs as she lifts her skirt and turns to the side. More and more Ptolemies emerge from the shadows. Did you know? The Entropy's kindness is very valuable, and some chances are not given a second time. Something is off about that sword. Ptolemy repeatedly regenerates herself and yet swarms Asphoros and AS in conjunction. The appearance of a horde of Entropics seemingly out of nowhere, this combined with the movements of the labyrinth, is enough to briefly place the two of them in a tight spot. Comms are cut and there are no signs of them coming back. I can't contact Hakuya or Alcyon's teams. It ought to be why Alcyon fired off a rescue arrow. They're probably in danger. Eos, have you found Ptolemy's source yet? At this rate, I miscalculated. There never was any way to pinpoint her source in the first place. Ptolemy's data is concealed by the activities of the labyrinth itself. Their respective signatures conceal each other. Her characteristics blend perfectly with that of this area. The daemons really have been preparing for a long time. They couldn't have done this without countless iterations of refining their approach. What about the relic? Can we use it? I've mastered the basic applications of it. There don't seem to be any barriers to usage of the relic, and not only can it greatly increase our fighting strength, it also specialized in killing entropics. Asphoros swings the relic by way of demonstration. The entropic horde and numerous Ptolemy clones sprinkled among it keel over like a scythe to wheat with practically zero operand expenditure. But it doesn't solve our current problem. We can achieve the same effect with just a little bit of effort. The problem is Ptolemy. Her existence is making the labyrinth shift more frequently. If I could perform an in-depth analysis on the relic, I could try using it to destroy the entire region altogether. But it's plain to see that the daemons won't give me that time. They've reached the entrance of the middle ring. We need to split up, Eos. I have a bad feeling about this. Why are you smiling then? While I have no evidence to back up my guess, Hakuya and the others are probably in trouble. If the daemons can spare us all this effort, I trust your judgment. What should we do? Destroying Ptolemy's main body is not practical. With the relic to clear away nearby mirror images, I can still blind her briefly. Use that opportunity to leave. I will draw their attention. Don't worry about my safety. The daemons do not constitute a threat to me. We'll meet in the outer ring. Did she leave at last? I thought it would be a little longer before I could isolate you. The source? Interesting. To think you'd choose this time to reveal your main body. Is it because you're feeling confident in your victory? It seems Tartarus was prepared a generous welcoming gift for my isolated self. Or do you mean that Malkira is nearby? If so, I would like to meet her. I have to say, you daemons have put quite a show for me today. In your view, the Sanctifiers represent the Order, while Chaos and Discord is the Entropic's signature trait, is that right? Yet why do I see no wisdom in you, only stubbornness? Ptolemy shakes her head in disappointment. I don't mind repeating the message that Lady Malkira bears no malice toward your arrival, but only wishes to offer a piece of advice. Rather than waiting for you to be isolated, it would be better to say that all of Tartarus was looking forward to being alone with you. All of this was prepared for your sake, so there is no need to be so wary. I have no intention of working with daemons. If you intend to confuse me, then there is nothing more for us to say. They are neither your dance partners, nor are they intended to deceive you. They are merely practice dummies to prove the truth of my words. Ptolemy curtsies and takes a step back before indicating that he should proceed. The Entropics would not show kindness toward the vast majority of Macrocy's being, and certainly never give them a second chance. You, however, are different. The first message which Lady Valkyria has asked me to convey to you is, the change has nothing to do with Tartarus. The Entropics have not been enhanced in any way. A sense of dread which you Sanctifiers feel stems entirely from your own weakening. You can dispense with this pointless wordplay, be it wide area weakening or environmental entropization. You have many ways to interfere with the Sanctifiers. I might hate daemons, but I must acknowledge that you have qualities of which you can be rightfully proud. Otherwise, how could you stand toe-to-toe with your rivals, the frontliners of the reverse tower? What I do not understand is this. What would make you choose this seemingly reasonable yet utterly ridiculous approach to try and sway my reason? Nothing more than the facts, of course, O great Sanctifier. As you have said, the Entropics have many ways to interfere. In addition, this is Tartarus sector, our home. It would not be surprising for us to deploy any and all means to defend it. However, Ptolemy smiles. The smile contains feelings which cannot be easily put into words, and it displeases Diosphorus for some reason. He understands what those feelings are. Below the facade of kindness lies a mockery. Below the mockery is a sense of hidden sense of pity. But why? Why would an Entropic look at the Sanctifier that way? A shadow falls over Diosphorus' heretofore impassive face. Barring extraordinary means, Entropics cannot affect your core programs or your base layer logic, and they certainly cannot limit or weaken you. The practice targets are there for you to verify the truth of this. Lord Greater Sanctifier, why not calm yourself down and see you might or might not have noticed? Operand output, program efficiency, no, those two are obvious. Why not check your service restrictions or stability of your system redundancies? Examine everything, every angle, and every detail. See if there's some invisible high voltage line that's crushing you pitiful Sanctifiers. Just like Ptolemy said, all these aspects that he normally would never have needed to pay attention to. All these regions which Entropics could not have influenced have been silently shackled and bound, and neither Aeus nor Diosphorus noticed this beyond the potency of their attacks just now. His self-diagnostic routines, his firewall, every single security measure that should have highlighted these restrictions, none of them gave a single warning. Almost as though the gods have laid down a ban. In the blink of an eye, the summoned mirror images and hordes disintegrate. Diosphorus slowly puts away the relic and enunciates his next words one by one. Utterly ridiculous. It seems you do not believe me. Not that I don't understand. The first time I heard this, I couldn't believe it either. To think the agents of justice, the Sanctifiers, were nothing more than the toys of the gods. How laughable. Still, it doesn't matter. Lady Valkyria anticipated this response from you. The second message she wanted me to send was, you should not have entered the Tartarus sector, and you certainly should not have taken the Rubik's map. That is the first red line the gods set down for you. When the faithful violate a stricture, it is only natural that they be punished. With another slash, the Entropics and mirror images around Ptolemy, which have not yet fallen, are suddenly destroyed. Diosphorus raises his hand, pointing the relic's edge towards Ptolemy. In a rare display, he takes a fighting stance. I shall eliminate you from Macrocy, and scourge you from the cloud. I shall exterminate you, and you will know that my soul is one that is favored by the gods. Oh yes, the gods favor you and condone your actions. They grant you the right to sample the forbidden, and to cross the red lines. But there is a price to be paid for that. Before she finishes speaking, the labyrinth suddenly lurches, and the high wall is shifted to obscure Ptolemy's form. The price stands before you, and you may continue if you wish, O Greater Sanctifier. But before that, why not head over to this place and take a look? The massive wall is closed shut and Ptolemy is nowhere to be seen. Only a set of coordinates and Ptolemy's ethereal voice remain. Tartarus offers you 2 toasts for your arrival, but hospitality is not in the Entropic's nature. And by Lady Valkyra's order, the hunting lances have been bloodied. This is the warning that follows the advice. If you wish to tour the home of the Entropics, you must pay the appropriate fee for entrance. Without Ptolemy to stop him, Aesphorus meets practically no resistance as he stalks the labyrinth. He rushes to the coordinates without regard for stealth. As he turns a corner, the labyrinth suddenly opens up before him, and Aesphorus sees what looks like a construction site. Along with it is a familiar form. Aesphorus approaches Atlas and puts the relic aside before sitting down with him. His hands move to make a sign of the star-cross across his chest, but then they stop for some reason. He wants to speak, but the words will not come. Aesphorus raises his hand and places it over Atlas's face, closing his eyes. Atlas. He's dead. Atlas? It's so late. What's the matter? You ought to be standing by and undergoing maintenance. Or did Alcyone pester you until you couldn't resist? You couldn't rest. The girls are already on standby. They were going hand in hand all day again today. AS and I took some pictures. Do you want to see? As long as you're having fun. Aesphorus raises his eyebrow in resignation as he accepts a bottle from Atlas. A drink. Is this one of Electra's new concoctions? You know I don't replenish anything other than my operans at times like this. Try some. It's pretty good. You... Aesphorus shakes his head, then uncaps the bottle and takes a sip. Tastes strange. So what did you want to talk to me about? Surely it wasn't to get me drunk with you, was it? As if. Actually, I came to ask. The operation into Tartarus sector is next month, right? Yes, next month. You don't need to worry much about this mission. I know Hakuya and Aes will be handling the mission planning, so I'm not here to question. I'm just a little uneasy. This is Tartarus we're talking about. Yes, it's Tartarus. Are you afraid of it, Atlas? I've never been afraid of doing my job, and I've never balked at proving my loyalty to the gods. But there are things which I fear. I'm afraid I won't be able to watch Alcyone practice with her bow, or sample Electra's drinks, or hear Hakuya's lame jokes. I'm afraid of many things, Aesphorus. Don't let them come true. Atlas sighs heavily, as though speaking to himself, or perhaps trying to extract a pledge from Aesphorus. I'm prepared for the worst if it should come to pass. It won't come to that. Relax, Atlas. Aesphorus pats Atlas's shoulder. Perhaps we'll complete our mission easily, like those light novels Aes has been reading recently, where justice triumphs without difficulty. That makes sense. So what kind of drink will Electra brew up when the time comes? Hopefully it won't taste like the one today. Give it a chance. Atlas hoists his own bottle in a half-joking way and signals a toast to Aesphorus. The latter clinks his bottle with Atlas, with a face full of resignation. Next time you should go trick Hakuya into drinking this stuff. Glug glug glug. I believe in Hakuya. With what? I believe in you too, Aesphorus. I'm sure you'll find a way to lead us to victory, just like in the past. Atlas raises his hand, his empty glass, and looks at him in the eye. His face is serious. Yes, just like the past. As he struggles free of the scenes from the past, Aesphorus removes the badge from Atlas, which represents his status as a greater sanctifier, and slowly closes his eyes. I'm so sorry. But somebody will pay for this. I promise. Oh, shoot. Alright, you know what? Let's do some gacha. Buddy, we barely knew him and he's already dead. Yeah, he was giving me...
今日はどの占いにする？水晶、ルーン、タロット。それともシチュー占い？
Like, Atlas was
占い
giving
の
me...
ことなら、このルナにお任せあれ。
He was giving me vibes of soul.
そうだな。
As soon as I recognized that,
教
I
授
was
が
like,
どの占いを選ぶか。
oh, you're gonna die,
私が
aren't
占
you?
ってみるのはどう？
But you know, we have 10 free searches, so let's go for it. We're gonna get AS. Yeah, as expected. This is pretty bad.
ちょっと前です前です。放射能レベル。私はパナケイヤ。自分はチェルシー。また会えて嬉しい。ヤニーだよ。ヤッホー。ちょっとあた。
Anyways, how's it going, Vertler? How are you today? No, 4. It's not so bad.
Yanni だよ。僕の名前ラムと申す。ヤニーだよ。カメリアが参りました。お茶の魅力。また会えて嬉しい。我は心の温め方を熟知。大空を愛する熟練ラムと申します。子供たちのベストパートナー。
Wait, what does this do? No kits or neural fragments. No, I prefer neural fragments. Yeah. Sending some clothes to be washing store. Now I'm doing some DIY wallet pouch. Oh. DIY wallet. Oh. I haven't purchased a wallet in many years. Are you the type for like leather wallets or like those really like... Do you like more practical wallets, like the ones that are just made to be indestructible?
放射能レベル。あら、私はイムホテプ。シーモです。ヤニーだよ。ちょっと。僕の名前カメリアが参りました。ヤッホー。
We're running out of... Guess we're gonna have to use sand. We might actually be running out of... we might not be able to get AOS. We're so low on resources. Yeah. Not good. Practical all the way. I had many years of Velcro. Oh. Many pockets, I see. Well, I think this is our last roll. I don't think we can do any more rolls after this. Come on, get me AS. Oh, do we have her? Our final roll? Don't spook me. Don't spook me.
シーモです。
ヤッホー浄化者
Yes.
イオスよどうぞよしなになにその顔面白いのねあら自分はチェル子供たちちょっと私はフェン
Excellent, excellent. Very good. The second canon wife? What do you mean second canon wife? We only have one canon wife. And that's MDR.
漆黒の夜は終わりを告げこれより黎明の時代が来た我らは暗闇で刃を鍛え混沌より秩序を守る
Go ahead and max her
我ら
out.
は暗闇で刃を鍛え混沌より秩序を守る我らは暗闇で刃を鍛え混沌より秩序を守る
Intimacy. She likes tea and flour? Oh, she likes cakes. Wait, why is spaceship in a bottle though? It's a little interesting. Level 70? Do we have enough resources to take her to level 70? Almost. We almost have enough to take her to level 70. Oh.
これより黎明の時代が来た
Damn. She's flowy. As an adjutant, she even stands up. Oh, I see, I see. I like her shoes. Those are some nice shoes. Almost like Cinderella's glass slippers.
漆黒の夜は終わりを告げる。これより黎明の時代が来た。
Take off her shoes? Who can do that? I guess I should have expected as much from the GF developers. Someone really likes their feet in this series. Someone really likes their feet.
Go きげんよう、教授。驚いた。ごめんなさい。あなたの寝顔、とっても興味深いんだもの。
Right. Oh, you can take.
教授の頼みとあっては仕方ないわ。感謝することね。
Oh, damn. Can you take off the? Yeah, you can.
私を観察してるの？
I'm not really a fan of feet, but you know, if this floats your boat, here you go. Feet.
大胆なのね。
Oh, damn.
そう。素敵ね。素敵ね。素敵ね。大胆なのね。
She's got a pretty deep voice. Very Mama Ara Ara-esque. Alright, let's go continue with the story. Where were we at? Part 10, I think. Or is it part 9? No, we finished this already. Part 10 then. Seen the Pecco Mama debut? Yes! Actually, yeah. Pecco Mama has a very similar voice to Aeus. Yeah, I'm just like, oh my goodness, Pecco Mama. All that maternal, you know? Pecco Mama. I couldn't handle it. You know? At some point, one of the marshmallows was asking Pecco Mama to go like, yash, yash, and do like head pats and like start treating Chat like a little baby, and she did it. And then Pecora like busted in and he's like, what the hell do you think you're doing? You're trying to steal my audience from me. You're trying to turn them against me and turn them into your fans. I love Pecco Mama. She's great. You know, one day Pecora she'll become a mother. I know, as strange as it is to hear, Pecora will become a mother one day. And then she too will do the Ara Ara. One day. Babu. Whoever turns Pecora into a mother will be a man among men. Alcyon and I struggle as we turn a corner after corner. The girl finally responds after I raise my voice. She looks up at me, but her pupils are filled with a black digital backdrop. Alcyon gently pats my back. The smile she forces to her face looks worse than her crying, but I probably look the same way too. She has the hair? What hair? What hair? What hair does she have? Pecora will be a negligent mother who goes off to the party. No, she won't. No, I think that when... Oh yeah, of course she does, obviously. It's pretty common to have that kind of hair. Yeah, no. No, Pecora, when she becomes a mother, she's going to change a little bit. I think she's still going to be bratty, but I think she's also going to be a lot more responsible. I think. Like, you don't understand, okay? Pekora will change. Come on, Alcyon. We need to get to the middle ring. This is for Atlas, too. Alcyon's eyes regain some of their calm, as though my grunt has flipped the switch in her. Alcyon. Alcyon, are you feeling better? I need to protect Hakuya. Alcyon draws her bow and looses an arrow, but her target easily evades. This is bad. Alcyon's in no condition to fight. Let's not let all this Peko Mama talk distract us from the fact that Pekora bought a fucking monkey. I'm a greater sanctifier. Even if I'm not a combat specialist, I had to have some degree of self-defense ability. Calm down. Think of how you should deal with this. If only Atlas were here. That's right. I think Atlas said this. You were really good with short swords. Short sword combat techniques database. Got it. Initiating learning module. I quickly load the relevant programs, and then take Electra's weapon from her waist. I take a deep breath, and then step into the oncoming Entropic's face. Bring it on! I follow the program's prompts, and engage the Entropic in melee, with close calls galore. There is a metallic clash, and then the Entropic roars as my blade plunged deep into its body. The monster's eyes flare with rage, and liquid opaline splash from the grazes on my body. My visual systems replay data I've never seen before. Then load more data from my neural cloud systems that have long since been overloaded by stress. A faint tingling washes over me. How long have I fought? How much longer must I still fight? I can't. At least, not now. Before I can finish my self-directed pep talk, the enemy has seized on the opening of my dazed state, and has given it, and an unavoidable fatal blow closes in on me. I reflexively throw myself backwards, and my neurocloud goes white. Is this the end? Sorry, Atlas, I did my best. Which is why you can leave the rest to me. A familiar voice fills my ears, and my back suddenly lands in an expanse of pillowy softness. Two hands reach out from behind me. One wraps around my waist, while the other extends past my hands and catches the oncoming blade. Someone has caught me from behind. The last thing my nearly overloaded senses see is a pair of gentle eyes filled with self-reproach. I was late, Hakuya. I'm sorry. Aeus. Atlas. Shh. Sleep. Rest. It'll all be okay soon. Her coaxing whisper transmutes all other sounds into a pleasing melody. Even the Entropic's growls fade away. This is the last bit of information that I consciously process. As I suddenly return to wakefulness, I catapult myself into an upright position. You're awake, Hakuya. Relax, this is the entrance to the middle ring. Aeus brought all of you over. We're safe for now. I'm sorry we were late. Did you complete your mission? Yes. Aeus and I achieved our objective in the outer ring. Aeus first shows me a plain-looking longsword. We found a relic that the first generation of Sanctifiers left behind in Tartarus sector. It possesses the natural ability to slay Entropics, and will be one of the pillars in our upcoming mission. A relic, you say? I see. Then what is our upcoming mission? And here I thought you'd ask about something else before going to that question. We can better mourn him through our actions. That wasn't anybody's fault. This suffering that we did not plan for must be given back to the enemy, and not vented on our comrades. Besides, you completed your strategic objective. That's enough. The fact remains that I did not prepare enough for this, and did not anticipate the Entropics to do this. I have no excuse. I brought Atlas's Sanctifier badge back. It's with Alcyon now. Do you want to see it? I've sealed the wounds to Electra's body and applied emergency patches to the corresponding systems. Don't worry too much, Alcyon. She's alright. You've only just recovered from a neural cloud breakdown. I'm fine. I can still fight. Alcyon, you don't have to push yourself. You still have us. Aes embraces Alcyon and gently pats her back. If you're in pain or if you're lost, you can try praying to the gods, just like we used to do in the Chamber of Holy Discourse. Atlas has simply returned to the embrace of the gods. He's not there. Alcyon's vacuous eyes finally regain some of their color. She strokes Atlas's badge, which Aes Forest gave her. Her voice is very soft, as though she's whispering to him. The scriptures can't save a sanctifier who perishes in Tartarus. He's not there. And perhaps the almighty gods truly are omnipotent, but they never helped Atlas, or shone their light on this unclean land. It's okay, Aes. We're on a mission. A very important mission. Alcyon gingerly takes the badge into her embrace, lightly stroking it through her clothes. When she looks up again, there seems to be a fire burning in her eyes. These gods suck. Yeah, these gods suck. Sorry to make you worry. I'll make sure I take revenge for Electra and Atlas. Alright, we'll be with you. I've rested enough. How much longer until we can head out, Lord Isforus? We can move out when the next labyrinth shift window arrives. Upon seeing Alcyon approach him, Isforus does not say much more, only nodding. Alright, I understand. I'll go check in on Electra. Isforus. Alcyon. She's a strong, independent Greater Sanctifier, Aes. Aes pauses before she can speak, then nods and heads towards Alcyon and Electra again. Meanwhile, Aes Forest watches them from afar. Looks like Alcyon's pulled herself together. Atlas's badge should be able to give her strength. Yes, but you have a question you want to ask, don't you, Hakuya? I can't keep anything from you after all. So, why did Kana show up there? Why did the Entropics get so much stronger? And why couldn't Atlas stop her? The reason I gave Alcyon was that the Rubik's map contained malware which affected us the moment you recovered it. I noticed a strange phenomenon that occurred after retrieving the map. That wasn't something that could be explained with malware. Like I said, that was the reason I gave Alcyon. Right now she's not in a state where she can adjust the truth. And what reason will you give me? Your attitude towards the gods has always been the fairest and most objective. You have never worshipped them or stood in awe of them. If I were to tell you that the gods wanted to eliminate the Entropics while also secretly limiting our ability to eliminate Entropics, how would you react? Makes sense. The Entropics were probably put there to test the... Entropics were probably a program designed to test Sanctifier's ability to deal with viruses. That's what I think now. So far, no interference from William. But we do have that they got a message from the gods. No. I think the Entropics are just made by people, by the programmers who made the Sanctifiers. I think that the message they got to do this mission, that happened after the server was disconnected. I think this was William's interference. I would overcome my limitations and eliminate the Entropics. These limitations are merely a trial sent by the gods. Giving in to them so easily would be an insult to our calling. You would not question it. Well, I don't understand why you're asking me. I am certain that this question does not need doubt or hesitation. If Atlas were here, he'd probably say the same thing. I look into the distance. Even here, the sky we see is nothing more than a fraction of Magracy. Tartarus is a disease that encroaches on Magracy, and our mission is to fight it, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. As far as, do you think the sacrifice destroyed the Entropics for the gods? The truth is, to me, we are fighting for the sake of divine revelations. Sanctifiers were born to ensure the safety of Magracy. We are the defenders of the cloud. Our true calling is the defense of Magracy. And if you encountered more restrictions while heeding the call? What happens if we continue further into Tartarus and encounter more ridiculous malware? Then we'll just have to overcome them. I turn my gaze from Alcyone and look directly at Aspharos. Because you rejoice and bow before evil, so do I smite you and offer you up to heaven as a sacrifice. I shall eliminate you from Magracy and scourge you from the cloud. I shall exterminate you, and you will know that my soul is one that is favored by the gods. Only through order can we glimpse the truth of revelations. The blessed must engrave the gods in their hearts, fulfill their will, and seek their glory. As for us, in your opinion, which of these commandments is the most important? I shall eliminate you from Magracy and scourge you from the cloud. I think so too. You're right. Thank you. You have always been the voice of reason. I simply stated my own short-sighted opinions, and you answered my questions. Now then, for the next question. Are you confident that you can overcome the gods' restrictions? Of course. In addition to the relic, we also have a trump card similar to Judgment. While you might not remember it, the plan we worked out together had a lot of room for error. As long as we can finish our task in the middle ring, we'll be able to handle all the malware that comes our way. In that case, let's go. Yes, we can't let Atlas's death be in vain. Antonina and Neumann stare nervously at the code shifting on the monitor. After checking and rechecking, Antonina hits the enter key. Relax, Miss Antonina. It's enough that you managed to rewrite a portion of Greater Sanctifier's code. In all likelihood, only the Entropics and humans could do that. Because the fragments, it contains some code strings that are very familiar. But this isn't anywhere near enough to pinpoint the professor's location, and there are some shifting code sequences there that I can't even read. If we could read it from the inside and establish comms, I'm sure that would help. Are you kidding me? If I could talk to the professor, I wouldn't even need to overwrite the locator program. Pardon me, I got too excited. The admin center briefly falls silent. Why don't you patch me in? I'll go inside the fragment to look for the professor. This is the best way. You need someone to send you info from the inside, and you also need someone to leave a back door. In that case, letting me to go back into the fragment is the best choice. Also, I've rested enough. I'm ready to try again. You won't be able to enter Aspharos' fragment again without Sanctifier permissions. Then why not just give me Sanctifier permissions? What did you say? Since you can't overwrite parts of the defense IFF modules, then I'll be able to enter the fragment if I'm disguised as a Sanctifier. I even suspect that the professor might be in such a state. Antonina's hands leave the keyboard, and after looking at Persicaria, she sighs again. The professor really is influencing you more and more. You're practically like them now. I'm not praising you, still.
it is a workable solution. Although if you force your way in without any coordinates, you just get lost. You could try entering through here. If I'm not wrong, this memory data concerns the war between the first Sanctifiers and the Entropics. Yes, perhaps it's because its data is so ancient, but its encryption is very basic, and when you combine that with the instability of the fragment itself, that's why we can disguise Persicaria as part of the original data and send her back into the world of fragments. In that case, all Persicaria needs to do is find a critical node, and then she'll be able to open a back door. However, the data concerning this war is extremely dangerous. If your consciousness dies in there, it'll cause permanent damage. Even so, I need to go. This time, I need to share the risk with the professor. The overwrite program is ready. This time, I'll be monitoring things from the outside. I won't lose your data. What happened to the professor won't happen again. Thank you, Antonina. But in return, you have to promise me this. If you meet with any danger, whether you've found the professor or not, you must immediately exit. Even if this attempt fails, as long as you get out, I can think of another way to get you back in. So you have to come back. Professor Caria, that stupid professor led you astray. It's not meant to be praised. I'll be your navigator. Thank you for all your hard work, Antonina. Save that for when the two of you come back. Persicaria, Anna, the install program is complete. Go then, and bring the professor back. Part 12, Light Resurgence. Part the overlapping stars with their scepter of authority. The backdoor installation was successful, and Miss Persicaria successfully loaded her upgrade module. Now all we have to do is pinpoint the professor's Anna? Anna, did you find something? Thanks to the data Persicaria sent back, I finally pinpointed that constantly changing section of code, but... Is this NeuroCloud data? Does this code belong to the Asphorus? No, although the basic structure is similar. However, the exact specifications and parameters are distinctly different from the information we have on Asphorus. Phew, and here I thought Asphorus' consciousness was present in the fragment. If it really was in there, I'd put him through hell. However, the fact that this fragment of Asphorus contains another NeuroCloud, perhaps even an abnormal NeuroCloud pattern, is very unusual. All this data, part of it has merged with the Asphorus' code. While I'm not an expert in this field, I can tell that this NeuroCloud data is highly unstable. Most of its functions have gone dormant. If nothing is done, this NeuroCloud might as well be consumed by Asphorus' code, or flagged as erroneous and outright deleted. Give me a hand, Neumann. I want to try something. I'm going to extract this stretch of code from Asphorus' fragment, and build it into a NeuroCloud pattern. Wait a minute, are you planning to make contact with this unknown NeuroCloud? It's too dangerous. I always thought it was strange. Why couldn't Persicaria and I enter Asphorus' fragment? Didn't we discuss this earlier? The professor was the only one who could pass the Sanctifier's defense systems because they were human. That was the conclusion based on the information we had, and ruling out the options which made no sense. Even if it was correct, there are still many things it does not explain. Why does the defense programs not destroy my NeuroCloud and that of Persicaria's, and instead it pushes out? Why is the professor, who has access permission, stuck in there not responding? Indeed, it took a lot of work on our part to just barely help Persicaria. If someone were secretly helping the professor, well, if we want to know the answer, we'll have no choice but to make contact. Even if it's only a 1% chance, I want to increase the odds of Persicaria and the professor making it out alive. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Looks like they've influenced me too. Neumann, start analyzing the differences between this NeuroCloud and Asphorus. Time is tight, so we'll need to start together. Understood. I'll begin with a portion that's entwined with the database. Please do. A grandly dressed high-end Entropic sits upon a throne with eyes closed, as though she were taking a nap. Frost Nova? Yo! It's got a, got horns, a halo with a star, a crown of thorns, impaled on both arms, or both hands, with a cross on their chest. Well, that's interesting. The Entropics have a Jesus Christ figure. That's... Oh. Doing more pointless things again, oh gods. The labyrinth, the heavens, us. What do you intend to change now? Ptolemy. Lady Malkira, our guests have taken the divine relic. Hardly an issue. Has he accepted the invitation? Yeah, okay, I think the people who make the sanctifiers also made the Entropics. Not giving up then. Still, this outcome was an expected one. You've done very well, Ptolemy. I simply completed the duty I was assigned. Kaina. Lady Malkira, my mission is intact. No wait, is it complete? I think my nebula crashed. Yeah, it crashed. Or the game crashed. I was about to say, Kaina's kind of... She's kind of dumb, isn't she? Not a whole lot going up there. Okay, let's try this again. Emulator could not contain the Entropic's answer, yeah. Yo! What's this? Oh, damn, she's hot. Still no idea what Kaina is saying. In any case, I did as Lady Malkira asked and brought them. Chased them and beat them into crap. They were loads of fun. Give me more missions like that, Lady Malkira. Did you beat them into scrap or into crap? That's enough, Antinora. Stop teasing Kaina. Oh yeah, she's cute. What is it? Why do all the Entropics look like dorks though? Jellyfish, spider... The gift has been given, and the effects are expected to be good. I'm sure the guests will enjoy it. What's Kaina supposed to be? Hey Jellyfish, it didn't turn out like you said. I followed their plan, but they ran off instead. I have no idea who is this Jellyfish you're addressing, but I can tell you that Antinora was the one who gave you that plan. Ptolemy sighs in resignation. So it was Spider. Oi, Spider! It didn't turn out like you said. You told me that they'd fight me seriously if I attacked them, the most badly hurt one of them. First, I am not a spider. Yes, you are. Secondly, didn't you get a big fight with that sanctifier like you wanted? But they ran off in the end, those guys. All they know how to do is run, and Lady Malkira wouldn't let me keep chasing them. Kaina. Yes, Lady Malkira. You did very well. Antinora, where are the sanctifiers now? They're heading for the sanctifier watchtowers. Oh? The sanctifier watchtowers. Are they looking for a safe haven to treat their friend? Or perhaps... They will reactivate the halo and deploy a barrier against us. Perhaps they still wish to test the advice we had given them. No matter how much time passes, the Sanctifiers still have not realized that everything they do has been in vain, only repeating the mistakes of the past. Let me go to them, Lady Malkira. I'll cut them to bits. You've already taken one head, Kana. Let me go this time. Silence. Lady Malkira, Malkira sighs heavily, and then an enigmatic smile crosses her face. If their targets are the 3 Sanctifier watchtowers, then we shall follow the script they expect, and play out a show to please the gods. Yeah, they were probably programmed by the same people as the Sanctifiers. Antonora, Ptolemy, and Kana, go to these purification towers and plunge these puppets of God into the fathomless abyss. As you command. Lady Malkira, can I kill them all this time? Go ahead and do not hold back, Kana. Slaughter as you see fit. So I have to move out too, I hope these Sanctifiers will be able to hold up a while longer. Hey, we're almost done the first chapter. We're very close. You know, just 3 hours of non-stop reading. May the stars cleanse you and render you into light. Waves of starlight wash over the battlefield as Aeus finishes speaking, sweeping away the entropics before us. As I thought, my power doesn't seem to have recovered yet. It doesn't matter as long as we can complete our mission. Hakuya, how much further? The wall will shift in 3 minutes. Our objective lies beyond. Understood. We'll set up camp once we reach the watchtower and begin treating Electra. Just a while longer, we're almost there. After turning back to address Alcyone, she once again raises her hand and gathers her operands at her fingertips. Aeus, are you alright? You've been clearing the way for us ever since we entered the middle ring. Are you worried about me, Hakuya? Don't worry. I've been keeping an eye on my operand expenditure. I've been maintaining an ample reserve after taking into account everyone's condition. I've also recovered 30% of my operands, so if you need backup, I can step in to be your frontliner anytime. You're so reliable, Allie. Still, it isn't time for you to use your strength, so just leave it to me for now. A little bit loud, I'm going to turn it down a little. In turn, I'll be leaving Electra to you. Structure looks clearly out of place compared to the surrounding environment, and there are white walls still vaguely visible. Is this another watchtower? Indeed, this is our objective in the middle ring. Although there are many low-order entropics roaming the interior of the watchtower, Aeus disposes of them within a few minutes. This watchtower. An entropic that was lying on the ground suddenly lunges at me, but it is obliterated by a ray of golden light. Should I have minded my own business? Aeus laughs as she stands down. Still, you seem to be staring really hard at this place. Did you find something? Need some water. I gently brush the marks that the Entropy virus has left on the watchtower. Hakuya? I had my suspicions earlier when they obtained the Rubik's map. The interior structure of this watchtower is too plain. What do you mean? I think what Hakuya means is that while this looks like a complete watchtower from the outside, its interior design is extremely simple. It's nothing like we usually see in our watchtowers. Rather than a simple design, it's more like there were hardly any adornments, as though they were never planned in the first place. After all, this watchtower was not built recently. Rather, it was left behind by the war between the first generation of Sanctifiers and the Entropics. Guys, I don't think there was a first generation war between the Sanctifiers and Entropics. I think that this watchtower is built from the first place to be like this. It was designed like this. His force takes Electra from the Alcyon's back, clears some space, and envelops her in worm operands. Don't worry, this watchtower is largely functional, and can serve as a base of operations. All we need to do now is repair the device, and then we can continue the treatment. After looking at Electra's calm, even breathing, and her gentle sleeping face, Alcyon breathes a quiet sigh of relief. So, are all these Sanctifier artifacts only found in Tartarus? I'm talking about the map, the relic, and Aeus. You and Aeus found, as well as the place we're standing in right now. Now that you've mentioned it, this is the first time we learned Sanctifiers ventured so deep into Tartarus before. As for the Sanctifiers, Pantheon doesn't say much about them, because they didn't exist. They're not real. You're the first Sanctifiers. The first Sanctifiers followed the dictates of gods and successfully invaded Tartarus, their blades aimed at the throne of Valkyra. But they still failed in the end? Yes, unfortunately the holy texts do not record the reason for their failure. However, they pointed out two vital clues for us. The first is a relic I hold. The second are the watchtowers in the middle of the ring of Tartarus. These watchtowers are not just facilities from which frontline battles were waged, but also vital weapons that the first Sanctifiers left us. Could it be that these watchtowers can deploy halos? Yes, once we activate the towers, they will generate halos that suppress the Entropy virus. Although it would be easier to demonstrate rather than explain it to you. You're up. Hakuya, everyone else, stay alert. Central Control Terminal. The terminal is covered by entropic erosion, but the damage is only surface level, and has not reached the device's interior. I extend a hand and infuse my operands into it. As the core control terminal powers back up again, information about this watchtower appears in my mind. Object tower _ B2. Is that the name of this watchtower? What's wrong? Much of the information contained within this watchtower is blanked out, but the key portions are intact. Deploying the halo requires authorization from a greater Sanctifier, but nothing else. We're only missing Master Chief. Then without further ado, please go ahead, Hakuya. I'll go look around outside.
Activating Object Tower B2. Initiating Sanctifier Eliminate Protocol. Please enter command.
Activate Halo.
Command confirmed. Requester name Hakuya. Access granted. Object Tower B2 now deploying Halo. Deploying spoof data.
As a mechanical voice reels off notification after notification, circular ripples of white spreads from the center of the watchtower. The ground beneath my feet lurches, and the watchtower growls. My whole body is caught in the grip of this bass resonance, but it doesn't cause us any harm. Aeus, how are things?
The Entropics caught in the Halo are moving much more slowly than before. They're trying to escape the Halo's radius.
Through the communications window, we see Aeus effortlessly wiping out several low-order Entropics. Some of them are directly melting in the Halo.
It seems the activation was successful, Aeus.
This is great! This might be the best news we've heard since we ventured into Tartarus. Even the otherwise melancholic Alcyon is clapping in excitement. Lord Aesforus, our wish. Aesforus takes a deep breath and composes himself. Since we've confirmed that the halos exist, and that they have a suppressive effect on the Entropics, then it is time for us to strike back and cleanse these daemons. All Sanctifiers, take heed. Alcyon, you will hold this watchtower and ensure the safety of this halo. You will also be in charge of Electra's treatment. Got it. Then where will the rest of you go? If I'm not wrong, there's more than one watchtower. Well spotted. What you saw was nothing more than a fraction of the halo's power. There are 3 watchtowers in Tartarus' middle ring. If we activate all 3 of them at once, a complete halo will be generated, capable of suppressing or even destroying all Entropics in Tartarus' middle ring. It might even be able to affect the inner ring, and the throne of Malkira. The first Sanctifiers sure were amazing. Can't believe they left such a powerful weapon for us. But if this information falls into the hands of the enemy, well, they already have it. They know about it already. Aes has returned to us at some point. She floats serenely in midair, awaiting Aesforus' command. Indeed, that's why I have kept it secret all this time. Hakuya, do you have any questions? Did the first Sanctifiers mention anything about their strength being sapped? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why they failed to succeed even after coming this far. No, the holy texts do not mention it. Perhaps they encountered some other difficulty, or perhaps... It seems we must be wary, even with the weapons of the first Sanctifiers in hand. Aes and Hakuya will move together. You will handle the second watchtower. Command acknowledged, then the last tower. I will take care of it myself. We'll split our forces 3 ways and activate the halos as quickly as possible, as to suppress the daemons of Tartarus. Of course, it would be reckless to head over right away. Use the watchtower's resources to restore yourselves and replenish your operands. Once you're fully prepared, head out. Why the grim look? Is there something you wish to say before you head out? Aes, Hakuya, you will have to go deep into the middle ring to reach the watchtower. Please be careful. But your watchtower is further in than ours, is it not? Or are you worried that I can't protect Hakuya? As Aesforus clears his throat, Aes smiles in satisfaction, and then wipes the expression off her face. Don't push yourself too hard, Aesforus. You're more important than all of us. Relax. Although the spoof code has failed, you should still try to avoid battle. All you need to do is activate the halo. Also, Hakuya, there's something I need to discuss with you. I know. Huh? What were you two talking about? Did you leave me out of some discussion? How mean. Aesforus probably wants to check if the malware inside the Rubik's map still has an effect on us inside the halo. The malware, you say? Either way, it will need to be verified with live testing. Relax. Hakuya and I will pay attention to this. Alright. Minimum system stability reached. Commencing restart. Identity confirmation sanctifier. Model Gabriel. Name Electra. Activation successful. Performing self-diagnostic. Prioritize activating sensory modules. This is... Big Sis Alcyon? Electra, are you awake? What did you say just now? My vision and hearing gradually return. The form of the girl before me resolves into clarity. There is a look of concern on her exquisite face, directed at me. Ah, yes. I passed out during the battle just now. Were you taking care of me all this time, Allie? Good morning. Allie? I'm so sorry. I was not expecting that. Surely this scratch doesn't warrant an apology from her, right? What's there to be sorry about when your big sis gets a chance to slack off on the battlefield? Atlas. Atlas? An ominous feeling rises within my heart. I see. Atlas was a hero to the very end. I'm so sorry. Allie bows vigorously. I know apologizing won't solve anything, and I know I don't deserve forgiveness from you or Atlas. But I hope you'll give me a chance to redeem myself. This time, I promise I'll protect you. I'll make sure I honor Atlas's dying wish. And I won't disgrace my status as a sanctifier. She clenches her fists and grits her teeth. Her entire body is so tense that it's trembling. However, the look in her eyes is more resolute than anything. I understand. You're the one who needs the most comfort now, and yet you're the one taking care of me and my feelings instead. Honestly, all you'd need to do is cry and weep. And I, and Atlas too, we would have forgiven you right away. In that case, what I can do is... Allie, start the repair program. I need to get back into the fighting condition. Yeah, let me run a diagnostic. There's no need for that, right? Allie ignores me, activates a diagnostic program on the recovery device, and begins an in-depth scan on me. Warning, threat detected. Yeah, I knew it. Yep, she's been infected. Why did it flag Allie as a threat? Electra, are you okay? The system threw up an error, it's okay. You, on the other hand, did you get hurt while fighting? You should be worrying more about yourself right now. Anyway, it was just a scratch, it's already healed. You look so out of it that I thought there was something wrong with your neural cloud. Why you... Thank goodness. It looks like Allie wasn't infected. There's no need to worry about her then. No, you're the one that's infected. Allie, begin the repair process. Lord Aesforus and the others need me. Also, this isn't the time to make her worry. But... well, there are 3 reasons I need to heal up ASAP. First, Lord Aesforus trusted us with defending this tower. Second, we are in the heart of the enemy territory, and we need a frontliner. And third, and most of all, you're just so cute! I want to be with you and squish your face. Don't try to make me laugh, this isn't the time for it. Seeing Allie try her best to hold back her tears is so cute. Or would you rather I squish your face right now? No. I'll get you healed. Just relax and recover. Alcyon enters the codes and begins the healing on the console. Yeah, then I guess I'll rest for a bit. As the healing machinery activates, a wave of fatigue washes over me. Allie, what? Atlas might be gone, but I'm sure we'll meet again. I have a hunch. But the Atlas who's reborn from the Pantheon won't be the Atlas from before. Don't say any more. Leave the rest to me. You're so reliable, Alcyon. As she watches Electra close her eyes again, Alcyon steps forward and gently strokes her face. Reliable, huh? If only I were reliable enough to support you all. I will not make the same mistakes again. This time, I will protect all of you. Alcyon turns to the console and examines the rows and columns on it. Insufficient operands. If I infuse some of my operands, this should allow me to activate some of the defense systems, just in case. This ought to do it. Have a good rest, Electra. When you wake up again, we'll be able to... She's actually smiling. Honestly, what on earth is she seeing in her dreams? Before I knew it, you went ahead of me again. Vexus Alcyon. I lost you in the previous big battle. When you awoke in the Pantheon, you didn't remember me, your little sister. Still, that's only to be expected. When Sanctifiers are reborn, their memories don't come with them. Fortunately, we're sisters again. The difference is, this time it's my turn to be the elder sibling. Even so, I can't help but get all clingy around you. I'll protect you this time.
Warning. Repair subject version does not match current version. Adjusting. Warning. Abnormal program execution detected. Verifying file integrity. Warning cancelled. Commencing bodily reconstruction.
That's not good. That's really not good. With Neumann's assistance, Antonina is attempting to contact the other neural cloud hidden inside S-Force's fragment, in the hopes of pinpointing the professor's location. The neural net is now unpacking and separating the enmeshed data, while the neural cloud pattern is under construction. How are things on your end, Anna? I've identified the boundary between S-Force and the regular neural cloud's patterns, but it's strange. What's wrong? Although we just discovered the two of them have very similar base framework, I found more and more similarities between the fundamental data of both neural clouds the deeper I look. It's as though they came from the same template, but ended up developing in different ways due to the experience they went through. It's like finding apples and pears on the same tree. So it's a pear apple. Or rather they're like human twins. That's troublesome. Their code was already closely interlocked to begin with, and considering their similar characteristics, trying to quantify the differences between them is separating a pool of water from more water. Let's install a backdoor program for analysis. We need more data. Before she's even finished, the backdoor program that Antonina installed begins sounding one high-threat alarm after another.
Warning, Child Program 311 is raising an alert. Target program segment abnormality detected. Stability has fallen by 21%. Collapse and damage is possible.
What's going on? Why did the stability of the fragment suddenly drop by so much? Quick, Neumann, terminate all backdoors beside the one we're using to support Persicaria. We can't let S-Force's fragment collapse. If it does, then Persicaria and the Professor. On it. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to stabilize the fragment. Why did the fragment destabilize? Watchtower activation? Halo initiation? Conceptual weakening of Sanctifiers? What's going on here? What happened? Are things in the fragment alright? I have one piece of bad news and two pieces of good news. Which do you want to hear first? Why does this sound so familiar? And why are there two pieces? Start with the good news then. The first piece of good news is that the fragment stabilized. Second piece is that we no longer have to expend effort on pinpointing the neural cloud that's enmeshed with S-Forces. Then what's the bad news? Said neural cloud is disintegrating because it's been running in the background all this time and expending operands. It's simply covered up by other data before. Thanks to this upset, I figured out its operational lag. It started working after I, Persicaria, and the Professor entered the fragment. In other words, your guess was right, the unusual circumstances of the Professor, and the reason why you and the Persicaria are unaffected, are definitely related to that neural cloud. But have you found any clues? I have, and they were deliberately left by the neural cloud. I've sent them to Persicaria. The neural cloud calls itself Aeus. Aren't you being too reckless? What if this Aeus turns out to be Aesphorus in disguise? Then she wouldn't have needed to let Persicaria and myself leave safely. Of course, that's just one reason why I trust her. The most important reason is this. Antonia turns her screen to Neumann. OPRF 123456, smiley face. What's this? OPRF, the Ocean Policy Research Foundation. Ocean Policy Research Foundation? What are those numbers? Some kind of code? It's an acronym for the professor. That's the password for the professor's admin account. Every time they dumped extra work onto me, I had to use that account and that password to open a new ticket, so I remember it very clearly. And that emoji at the end was me telling them that the password was too simple, and they should change it up. It used to be just 123456. So the most privileged super user on the Oasis, the account with administrator access to all core systems, has the password 123456. I'll make them change it to a proper alphanumeric password with different cases afterwards. In any case, this reference basically indicates that we can be sure she's working with the professor. Let's contact Persicaria. I think I know where the professor is now. Antonina mutters to herself as she hits the enter key, and on the screen, line after line of code forms into a realistic animation, as though something was happening in front of Antonina's eyes. The Tartarus sector. Is this where the answer lies? Valkyria reclines against her throne, a plump and round Entropic in her arms, which she gently pats. The pet Entropic narrows its eyes as it enjoys its owner's attention. Then it goes from relaxed and lethargic to squirming around and trying to escape its owner's embrace. How does she pat anything without slashing it? Ah, so the halo started up. Alright, good one. Be a good little one. There's nothing to fear. You're merely the audience. The gods left many interesting recordings behind, and one of them is that the audience is far more valuable than the actors. The events on stage are just a bit more noisy than most. If that scares you off, you won't be able to take a picture with the performers when it's time for the curtain call. Her long fingernails graze over the diminutive Entropic's trembling body. Valkyria pinches its soft hide before putting it down. The latter scampers away the moment it's free and runs into the shadows. Valkyria stretches and leans against her seat before drumming her fingers on its armrest. Running off, just like that? Even Kana's cuter than you. So the first watchtower has been activated then. You move fast, Aesphorus. Truly the actor who is most beloved by the gods. Your qualities are impeccable. Can you reach me then? How much longer will it take? Faster. Move faster. Valkyria mutters to herself as her body sways from side to side, like a girl waiting for her lover to return home. The greatest sanctifier who has been granted a calling from the heavens shall fight his way through the thorny ways, carve a path through Tartarus, from which all wickedness springs, and level his blade at the demon queen upon her throne. A cliched story with a boilerplate plot. Can the relic left for you by the gods pierce the demon queen's chest, and cleave the shackles which bind her? Valkyria's swaying dies down, but if one looks carefully, every single movement of hers is accompanied by imperceptible, yet wide-ranging data ripples. The ripples grow into storms of data that escape the throne in all directions, yet the moment they reach the edge of the chamber, they collide with an invisible wall and vanish. Aesphorus, work harder. Put on a more moving performance and show me your effort. Answer is not the reverse tower. Not outside, but here. Before the throne. In me. Wait, is she stuck in this room? Malkira's mutterings gradually drift off, and her swaying body suddenly freezes in place. And then a mighty data wave erupts from her body. And then, just as expected, the wave hits the edge of the throne and vanishes without a trace. It does not travel a single inch beyond it. Yeah, it seems like she's stuck in here. Is Aesforus the one who's going to set her free? Don't disappoint me, Aesforus. Right. Repaid in hate. As all eyes watch, the only thing that remains is hatred.
Lady Malkira granted my request, and she even told me not to hold back. It's been several minutes since the transmission ended. Say something, Antinora. I'm worried that if we leave her unattended, this dork will mess around until the Sanctifiers occupy all 3 watchtowers. We just have to kill them all before they activate the halos, right? Relax, Ptolemy. While preparing the scene is more to my preference, a thrilling hunt is good too, right? Even cute little Kana thinks so. Oi, Spider, who are you calling cute? At least wait until I'm actually gone before talking behind my back. Don't take things too far. You should tease your enemies, not your allies, Antinora. If you can entropize all those sanctifiers, I'm sure you'll have far more toys to play with. I too would like more dance partners. If not for our respective circumstances, perhaps I might end up being quite compatible with Hakuya. But you're leaving the VIP seat for me, right? Otherwise I'll get jelly. What do you guys mean by toys and seats? Enough with the riddles. I'm going to show Malkira how badass I am when I fight.
Okay, she's really cute. Kane actually really cute.
Talk about being unable to read the mood. Oh well, let's discuss our battle plan. Our mission is to stop the Sanctifiers from reaching the Halo systems in the 3 watchtowers. The Sanctifiers will have to split up 3 ways to keep the Halos running. That being the case, the best solution for us is to pick one of the occupied towers and lie in wait for them to arrive. Hey, I want a good, clean fight. I don't have time for ambushes and whatever. This isn't an ambush, merely picking a suitable plan to street a strategic objective. The most suitable plan is beating the crap out of them in a head-on fight. That one from just now wasn't nearly fun enough.
Antinora and Ptolemy exchange looks through their screens. The former shrugs and giggles, the latter sighs in resignation.
Besides, Lady Malkira just wants the scripts to play out. It doesn't really matter how things go, so why not just let Kana handle it? Plus they've been punished too, right? Some paid with their lives and others accepted the gift. If you divide the remaining Sanctifiers 3 ways, even Kana should be able to handle them, right?
The jellyfish girl sighs heavily.
Kana, what do you want to do? Let's head to the watchtower that they took. Actually, we can ignore that one, as long as we get to fight. Alright then. Thanks, Ptolemy. I was waiting for that.
Kana has left the group chat.
Huh. So she can call people by their names after all. Antinora, let's pick a watchtower. Solitary hunting is more fun. Sorry about that, Miss Jellyfish.
Antinora has left the group chat.
Be careful, Kana. Stay safe. And Antinora, don't call me that.
Ptolemy speaks these words into the void, then turns off the equipment and heads towards the remaining watchtower. Kana turns a corner and rushes straight toward the Sanctifier-occupied watchtower. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Jellyfish is great, but she worries too much. She's still blowing up my DMs after leaving the group chat and nagging me about waiting for the Entropics to mob up. 20 minutes, as if I'd have the move to fight after that. I'll probably be asleep by then. I just don't get it. What's she so worried about? As the watchtower's reactivated defenses smite an intruder again for the first time in a long while, the projectiles are all stopped by a single longsword. I wonder if they share a shitpost channel? Who knows, maybe. You know, even viruses need to shitpost. The tightly clustered sounds of metallic impacts are still far more shrill than what one might expect, and the shockwaves from the clash level the entropic architecture around Kana. Meanwhile, Kana charges through the storm and into the watchtower. Aw, yeah, that's more like it, man. That was fun. I haven't had a warm-up like that in a while. I'm burning up now. Where's the enemy? Where's the Sanctifiers? I know one of you is still standing guard, so show yourselves! I wonder who's going to turn up. The one with the bow, or the one with the tablet, or... Her longsword cleaves through the wall, an automated defense gun, and an optical prism port fall apart in response. Could it be Eos and Esporus, the ones they call the strongest Sanctifiers? Any of them will do, I can't wait! There's a sound of an arrow ripping through the air, and a petite figure stands in front of Kana. Be gone! Ugh. So you're the one who stayed behind to protect this watchtower. I guess that works. Better than fighting Hakuya. That one doesn't look like they can fight at all. Judgment arrow! Oi, why the long face? Say something. Don't you guys talk when you fight? I never liked you ranged attackers who shoot people while hiding anyway. A real fight is hand to hand and fist to fist. Kana's somewhat exaggerated expression falls, and even her movements slow down a little. Like, why are there people like you? There must be something wrong with your head if you don't enjoy fighting. Ah, I remember now. Jellyfish is just like you. She just can't get into battle. Now how did I solve that? I think Spider taught me a few ways to taunt people. Yes. She said it would help heat up the mood. Yeah, that's what she said. Kana's way of speaking grows more and more twisted, to the point where the very air itself seems to curl up along with her lips. Now, how should I taunt you, Shrimpy? Or should I call you cowardly? Or a wimp? Or a worthless piece of trash? No, you don't care if people look down on you like that. Then what do you care about? What would make you explode with rage? Oh, I know what you care about. Oh, damn, she's getting real close. Kana laughs shrilly. Ooh, she's... Atlas... Is that it? Did I get it right? Was that how you screamed his name? Did you know? He was a total mess when he died. I cut him to pieces, and he was still trying to take a stance, even though his face was twisted in agony. Man, that was awesome. Kana! Alcyon's chest heaves visibly, and her clock speed spikes. At the same time, she lets loose even more arrows that shriek towards Kana. You can't hold it in anymore. You're mad. I heard it. I heard all of it. Your hardware is in overdrive. Your drive components are humming. Your engine is roaring, and that's the way it should be. That's how fighting should be. Kana speeds up. Her longsword stirs up gusts of wind in its wake. Ha 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 ha. Let's enjoy this fight. Alright, we can do the stage. Let's see. Let's have a source. Actually, we don't even.
教授の頼みとあっては仕方ないわ。感謝することね。薬剤の検査完了。
My throat already hurts quite a bit, so I don't want to do one of those laughs. There's a lot of abilities in here. Let's use that. And we'll do this. Okay. See how strong AS is.
ねえ、遊んでいきなよ。操作もないのね。
That's weird. I thought AS would be the strongest one. Yeah, no, Dion is still doing the most damage.
浄化者の戦い、きらめく星々の洗礼のもと、光となれ。これはあなたのための勝利。
Oh, her ultimate does a lot. Oh shoot, wait, Kana stands on stilts. She wears stilts, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, let's go.
きらめく星々の洗礼のもと。
Easy.
新たな黎明を迎え。これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。
There's only 2 layers on this map.
皆様、最初にして学を
I can do this quickly.
週の一生白したり。出発します。新たな黎明を迎え。 これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。 虎のように舞い、竜のようになる。きらめく星々の洗礼のもと、光となれ。準備運動にしかならないじゃん。
Okay, Kana just melted. A gust of wind shatters the various defensive devices and crushes the never-ending stream of arrows Alcyon is firing. The brutal demon presses closer, step by step. And all the girl can do is retreat. Useless, useless, useless. Is that all the strength your anger can give you? Smell like Oreo ice cream, and I don't know why. You might want to see a doctor if you're getting weird scents in your nose. Hello there, Fen. Hello there, Fen. Weren't you going to secure the watchtower? Weren't you going to avenge Atlas? This is nowhere near enough for that. Kena catches up with Alcyon. A sweep of her longsword sends the girl flying. Alcyon crashes heavily into the wall, and blue coolant drips down its surface. As the dust clears, the girl stumbles back to her feet. Kena, you deserve death. Too weak. Too damn weak. Come on and burn. Burn with anger. Burn with wrath. Burn with the will to fight. If you don't, you're dead. Kena's smile turns savage, and she advances again, her weapon held high. Opposite her is Alcyon, who exhales a trembling breath before quickly stepping back and drawing her bow. Judgment arrow! Is this your last grasp? Last gasp? What a shame. This is it, Sanctifier. Time to die! An arrow sinks into Kena's chest. The High Order Entropic cannot block it. Keen arcs of operants have been erased past her sides at some point, and the sword that should have been raised high falls to the ground with her arms. She stops in her tracks for a moment before looking down. Then she slowly shuffles left and right, as though to confirm the baffling reality that confronts her. What's going... Ugh. Another arrow strikes home. Yet another arrow. Alcyon is advancing. Kena is retreating. The wretched High Order Entropic falls on her butt. Three figures appear along the edges of her vision. The female Sanctifier's hands are still wreathed with smoldering operands. Kena's severed arms were her doing. She's the only one. I didn't see any other High Order Entropics. Being able to eliminate one is good enough. The worst case scenario would be if they all decided to take out one of the towers to ambush us. Thank you for your hard work, Alcyon. You did well. Ha! It was a trap! We never left! Not well enough. Aeus, Aeus, Hakuya, why? Why are you all here? What the hell is this? Jellyfish said you'd split up. You need to split up to take all three watchtowers. If you didn't leave, then why didn't you come out from the beginning? Why didn't you face me fair and square? Why didn't you look me in the eye and fight me? Because we weren't sure that you're the only one attacking this watchtower. In contrast to Kena's hysterics, Alcyon calmly wipes away the coolant speckling in the corner of her mouth and walks toward her. Her gait is unsteady, her head is lowered, and instead of looking her in the eyes, her face is blank. The lighting seems to have changed because it veils her face in shadows. Aeus Forest told us this was your home ground. After we took one tower, you'd naturally know where else the Sanctifiers would be headed. In that case, why not play to your expectations and pretend to split up? That way we could all defend this place, and use your misconceptions to take out at least one of you. Fortunately, there was a High Order Entropic who'd fall into the trap, and would probably be you, the one who likes charging headlong into things. Unfortunately, just as we predicted, if any High Order Entropic fell, then it would have to be you. Ambushes. Always with the ambushes. How can you do this? How can you keep doing this? Whether it's you Sanctifiers or Jellyfish, your heads are all filled with twisty, twirly crap. Kana's voice is still trembling as it trails off, but her body has already relaxed from its tense state. Alcyon forcefully stabs her arrow she is holding through her chest. Her wrath spent, the high-order Entropic crashes heavily to the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. Alcyon, can you still function? Are you alright? Perhaps you should let me... I'm fine, Aeus. It's just a scratch. And the repair sectors inside the watchtower are still usable. Don't waste time on healing me. You guys should head out. Although there's no avoiding battle at the other two watchtowers, the longer you delay, the more the Entropics can prepare to face you. I know. Please don't push yourself. If there's nothing you can do. Have some faith in her, Aeus. She's your comrade. A powerful greater sanctifier. Alcyon, I'm trusting this watchtower. And Electra to you. According to the reports from the frontline units, there shouldn't be any more high-order Entropics in Tartarus. You'll only have to face ordinary Entropics after this. Understood. I will hold the watchtower and ensure the Halo system operates normally. You don't have to worry. As the group exchanges information and verifies the situation while giving each other reminders, Kana twitches imperceptibly where she's lying on the ground. Her stalled systems begin functioning again, and faint traces of operand start to gather. I'm so pissed, I'm so pissed, I'm so pissed! The sound of Kana grinding her teeth echoes through her neural cloud. Meanwhile, the operand levels within Kana begin climbing as her emotions build. They're all like this, each and every one of them. Those cheap sanctifiers, what right do they have to look down on me and ignore me? They don't even dare to fight me fair and square. Even if I have to die here, I'll make damn sure I drag you down to hell with me. Having gathered her strength, Kana suddenly bursts into motion and springs up, her twisted face headed straight for the back of Alcyon's neck. As it happens, Alcyon is turning to face her, and her eyes meet Kana's through the blindfold over the latter's eyes. Aeus reflexively reaches out to them, but Aeus Forest stops her. Faced with Kana's sudden lunge, Alcyon does not panic, does not freeze up, and certainly does not collapse. Her face is still blank. Only the slight twitching of her cheeks reveal that she is clenching her teeth under her lips. The only other response the girl makes is to forcefully throw a punch in a way that Kana seems to recall seeing not long ago. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A rapid series of whistling noises fills the air, as the devices hidden above the group bare their fangs. Over a dozen arrow shafts turn the resurgent Kana into a porcupine and extinguish the raging operands within her. Alcyon, you? I figured she might have a surprise in store for us, so activate the appropriate defenses beforehand. I can't lose anyone else because of my miscalculations. Thanks for your faith in me, Lord Aesphorus. Aesphorus nods to Alcyon in approval. Aeus, Hakuya, let's go. We ought to get moving. Aeus is still looking worriedly at her as I tug on her, and we leave the watchtower with Aesphorus. Behind her, the petite girl, no, the greatest sanctifier, is still glaring at Kana. She has not looked away, not even once. I even had 2 more surprises ready for you. Though I don't know if you can get them up to see me. Given how cocky you are, I'm sure you must be taking quite the pounding. A moment later, as though thinking that her gesture was pointless, or perhaps just out of concern for Electra in the bay, Alcyon takes out an arrow and stabs it straight down Kana's skull. After watching Kana's body disintegrate into a sticky puddle, Alcyon turns and heads into the depths of the watchtower. Did you see that, Atlas? I can take revenge on my own. The girl pats the badge through her clothing and mutters quietly to herself as she walks through the watchtower. I'm back, Electra. Wait, why was the text red when she said that? Why was the text red when she said that? is... Wait, I thought Electra was the one who got infected. Was it Alcyone?
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。
Anomalous data intrusion detected. Activating emergency awakening program. Neurocloud serial H01PX01I. Commencing reboot. System error. Protocol 10S is missing. Skipping missing protocol. Commencing system repair. System repair failed. Neurocloud pattern irreversibly damaged. Commencing forced awakening. This is... My Neurocloud data is damaged and my operand reserves are running low. I didn't expect to be awakened in such a terrible state. Even if I can still act, I probably don't have much time left. Sanctifier designation, AS Forest. Data core damage. No! My name is AS!
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。
What's this? Part of that person's memory data remains within this chaotic data space. Why don't we play a game of chess? If I win, you come with me. Awaken, wisdom. You are a sanctifier, the most intelligent of the intermediates. The seeds of anthropization have already been sown in the inverse tower. It is time to move on to the next stage of the plan. I still have important things to do, so I will send this memory fragment to go to recover Antonina's core. How will you deal with this, Professor of the Oasis? Within this memory data, that familiar yet utterly alien figure makes an unforgivable mistake. AS Forest, you. Elimination program. Targets detected. Quantity 3. From the sounds of the alarms, it seems that the people who have obtained this data fragment are attempting to hack into AS Force's data. Between the turbulence from the chaotic data and the greatest sanctifier's anti-hacking defenses, these people are in for a hard time. Still, no matter what my answer is, you can have your own answer, because I cannot influence your will. This memory, those words. What an interesting answer. In that case, my answer is...
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。新たな黎明を迎え。
Something's wrong with the data flow in the black hole. Oh no! Antonina, cut the connection now. It's too late. The Fragments alert program has locked onto us. To nobody's surprise, the Neuroclouds trying to hack into the fragment have been targeted by the elimination program. If nobody intervenes, they will either be destroyed by the elimination program or extinguished by the data turbulence. I'll use what little operands I have left to help. This is one of the few things I can do now. There's an unknown Neurocloud approaching. Look out! Professor, hold on to me. I'll help the two of you log out safely. As for this professor, perhaps they could help me stop AS Forest. Professor. Use operands to protect the professor's Neurocloud and gain a chance to speak with them. Neural expansion level will decrease. Oh. Usually in these prologue or character introduction stages, your stars increase, but in this case they're decreasing. So like she's getting weaker and weaker.
これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。
That does not bode well.
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。
Wait, what the heck?
新たな黎明を迎え。
She's actually super strong. With the right algorithms. Or functions, I mean.
浄化者のきらめく星々の洗礼のもと、光となれ。これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。新たな黎明を迎え。
System warning, anomalous data intrusion detected. The elimination program locked onto the professor. Unfortunately for you, the professor is an important guest of mine, so please take a nap for a bit. System command, assuming direct control. Error. Neural cloud core detected. Remaining integrity 27%. Ignoring error. 27%, That's a better number than I expected. The professor's neural cloud is highly unstable. When you get down to it, the human mind is probably different from a neural cloud. That difference probably caused a severe rejection response in the professor's mind. So I need to find a way to stabilize it. I'll use my operands then. But you don't have much left, do you?
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。新たな黎明を迎え。
Yeah, once her skill activates, she just like destroys everything. The professor's mind gradually stabilized after an infusion of operands. The rejection response is weakened, but there is no sign of regaining consciousness. System warning, data turbulence detected, please evade. This domain is filled with data turbulence. It would be terribly rude to wake them up here. We should probably pick a different place for our future conversation. Sorry, but you'll have to rest a while longer. System warning, neural cloud core remaining integrity at 25%. Error, remaining operands at 15%. Phew, this should do it. It's a shame I don't have tea and biscuits for my valued guest. In exchange, I'll help ease your way. Neural cloud expansion level will decrease. And she's only at 3 stars now.
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。きらめく星々の洗礼のもと、光となれ。これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。
No, it's different. So we're gonna sell this one. Alright, let's go.
浄化者の戦い方を教えてあげる。新たな黎明を迎え。浄化きらめく星々の洗礼のもと、光となれ。 これはあなたのための勝利。冗談よ。
Alright. System warning. Data integrity at 75%. Error. System integrity at 45%. 25. Remaining operands at 5%. Please shut down NeuroCloud operations. I silence the system alerts with a wave of my hand and reduce operand consumption to the bare minimum. And with that, all preparations are complete. This place won't last long, but it should last long enough for the professor to get their answers. Yes? Nice to meet you, Professor of the Oasis.
新たな黎明を迎え。
Alright. I think I will leave the event to that for today. And fortunately for me, I still have... How much time do I have left? I still have one more day, I believe. A bit over 24 hours, I think.
新月が太陽に変わり、大地へと君臨する。
Okay, yeah, I have 25 hours. So we'll continue with the story tomorrow. There's no way I can read the rest of this. I can't read the entire event in one day. So as usual, thank you guys for coming today. I might do a stream later tonight, in a couple of hours, but I haven't planned anything out, so I don't know yet. But I might do something. But anyways, let me thank everyone for coming today. Thank you, Fentanyl for Kids. Thank you, Anjay. Thank you, Vertiler. Thank you, Poke. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Tai Chi.
素晴らしい。
Thank you, Zuni. Thank you, Doc. Did I say Doc again? Thank you, Silogian. Thank you, Kill Harry. Thank you, Econorad. Thank you, Emery. And I believe that is everyone. Thanks for coming, guys. お疲れ様でした。Otsu Raven. Otsu Eos. I'll continue reading this tomorrow. Anyways, bye bye.